Chapter 41. The lawyer's name sat on Noelle's phone screen like a live wire. Margaret Conquil, counsel for Evelyn Trasco. She handed the phone back to Nathaniel. He read it once, then again, his face doing nothing while his hand tightened around the device until the tendons showed. Maisie was still eating her croissant, one eye on the adults. "Who is Margaret?" she asked. Noelle's training kicked in before her heart could. "Someone your dad needs to talk to about work." "Oh." Maisie considered this. "Is it about the bad people who took my picture?" "No. It is about something else." "Something else bad?" "Something we are going to handle before it becomes bad." Maisie studied her with that 7-year-old X-ray vision. Then she reached for the orange juice and let the subject drop. Noelle exhaled. Nathaniel was already moving toward the hotel room's small desk. Phone pressed to his ear, voice low. She caught fragments. "Una. Now. And get me anything on Okonkwo." She turned back to Maisie. "Finish your breakfast, then we are going to figure out what today looks like." "Are we going home?" The question landed like a stone. "Not yet," Noelle said. "But soon." She kept her voice steady. Maisie needed steady. The child had already absorbed too much chaos in 24 hours. Nathaniel ended the call and walked back to the table. "Una is coming. She will be here in 20 minutes. "And Evelyn?" He sat down, the chair scraped against the cheap hotel carpet. "Okonkwo represents her. That much we know. The rest is speculation until Una gets here." Noelle watched him. The careful control. The way he was not saying what he was thinking. "You already know what she wants." "I know what she wanted 6 years ago. I do not know if that has changed." "Has it?" He looked at Maisie. The child was drawing on a napkin with a hotel pen, her dark hair falling across her face, absorbed in the private world of a 7-year-old who has learned to tune out adult tension. She wanted Maisie then, too. The words dropped into the quiet. Noelle felt them settle in her chest. "Why?" "Because she believed I was drowning. Because she thought grief made me unfit. Because Elena's death broke something in her, and she needed someone to blame, and I was the closest target." "And now?" "She has 6 years of evidence that Maisie is alive, healthy, and loved. And she is coming anyway." Una arrived in 22 minutes. She looked worse than she had on the video call. Dark circles, hair escaping a hasty ponytail, a coffee cup in each hand. "One is for you," she said, sliding a cup toward Noelle. "The other is for me, and I will fight anyone who tries to take it." She sat at the small table, pulled a tablet from her bag, and opened a file. Margaret Okonkwo, family law specialist. High net worth divorces, contested guardianships, and 3 cases involving public figure custody disputes. She does not take small cases. Noelle wrapped her hands around the coffee. "And Evelyn?" "Evelyn Trasco Mercer. Married to Daniel Mercer, a real estate developer. No children. Lives in Evanston. Has not spoken to Nathaniel in 6 years, but has followed every press mention of Maisie since Elena died." "Every mention?" Noelle said. "Every single one. I have the search history to prove it." Nathaniel was very still. "She contacted you yesterday," Una said, "after the press conference. After Maisie's photo leaked. She sent a formal request for information about Maisie's current living situation, school enrollment, and mental health status." "And you told her what?" "Nothing. But she already knew most of it." Noelle set the coffee down. "How?" "The trending photo, the school location, The fact that Maisie was not in her own bed last night. Evelyn has a private investigator on retainer. Has had one for years. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. She has been watching. Yes, and now she is ready to move. The hotel room felt smaller. Noelle looked at Maisie, still drawing, oblivious to the conversation that was shaping her future without her. What does she want exactly? Yuna's pause was the answer before she spoke. A temporary guardianship hearing. She filed a motion this morning. The silence that followed stretched long enough for Maisie to lick up. What is a motion? Noelle opened her mouth, closed it. Nathaniel spoke first. It is when someone acts as a judge to make a decision about something important. Like what? Like where a kid sleeps at night. Maisie considered this. Are we going to court? No. The word came out harder than Noelle intended. She softened her voice. Not today. And not without you knowing what is happening every step of the way. Maisie looked at her father. Daddy? Nathaniel crossed the room and knelt beside her chair. Remember what I promised. No more secrets. She nodded. Elena's sister wants to make sure you are safe. She is worried because of everything what happened yesterday. But you are safe. You are with me and Noelle. And we are not going to let anyone take you anywhere you do not want to go. Maisie processed this. Her small face did something complicated. She never called, Maisie said. On my birthday. Or when I got the flu last year. She never called. Noelle's chest ached. That is true, Nathaniel said. And I do not know why she is calling now. But we are going to find out. And whatever happens, you are not alone. Maisie looked at Noelle. You said you would stay. I said I would stay as long as your father tells the truth. Is he telling the truth now? Noelle met Nathaniel's eyes. Yes, she said. He is. Maisie seemed to accept this. She went back to her drawing. Yuna cleared her throat. The hearing request is preliminary. It buys her time and access, but it is not a ruling. We have until the judge sets a date before anything moves forward. When is that? Could be 48 hours, could be 2 weeks. Depends on the docket and how aggressively Okonkwo pushes. Noelle looked at the lawyer's names still glowing on her phone. She contacted me directly. Not Nathaniel, not you. Me. Because you are not Maisie's legal guardian and you are not family, Yuna said. That makes you the easiest pressure point. The words landed with surgical precision. Noelle thought about the text message, the request for urgent contact, the careful wording that implied she could be a bridge or a barrier. She wants to help her get to Maisie. Or she wants to make you look like the obstacle when you refuse. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was still kneeling beside Maisie, one hand on her shoulder, his face holding something she had not seen before. Fear. But not for himself, for the child who had already survived too much. Tell me what you need, Noelle said. He looked up. Stay. That was never in question. I mean really stay. Through the hearing. Through whatever Evelyn throws at us. Through the injunction and the board and everything else that is coming. Noelle held his gaze. I am not going anywhere. Maisie looked up from her drawing. Good, she said, because I put you in the picture. She turned the napkin around. 3 stick figures stood under a yellow sun. A tall one, a medium one, and a small one holding hands. Noelle was the medium one. The room went quiet again, but this time the silence was different. Noelle's phone buzzed. A new message. Miss Halsey, my client requests an in-person meeting today at 2 p.m. to discuss Maisie's welfare without court involvement. I strongly advise you and Mr. Trasco to attend. Further delay will only strengthen the necessity of judicial intervention. Chapter 42. The elevator opened onto Yuna's floor at 11 minutes before 2. Noelle had worn the most professional thing she owned, a dark blazer over a simple shell, and still felt underdressed. Yuna's office occupied a corner of Meridian's legal wing, all muted grays and steel accents, the kind of space designed to make everyone who entered feel like they had already lost something. Nathaniel stood beside her, his jaw set in the controlled stillness she recognized from the press conference. "You do not have to be here," he said. "Yes, I do?" "She asked for you specifically. That means she wants to use you." "Then I should know what I am being used for." He looked at her. The fear was still there, buried deeper than it had been in the hotel room, but present. She could see it in the way his hands stayed open at his sides, a deliberate surrender of the fists he wanted to make. Yuna met them at the conference room door. "She is early?" "Of course she is," Nathaniel said. "Noelle?" Yuna's voice dropped. "You are not a party to this. If at any point you want to step out, you step out. No explanation needed." Noelle thought about the stick figure under the yellow sun. "I am staying." Yuna nodded once and pushed the door open. Evelyn Trasco stood at the window, her back to them, looking down at the city. She turned when the door clicked shut. She was smaller than Noelle had expected. Elena's younger sister had the same dark hair, the same sharp cheekbones, but where Nathaniel's late wife had been soft in every photograph Noelle had seen, Evelyn was cut glass. Tailored charcoal suit, pearl studs, hands that held a leather portfolio like a weapon. Nathaniel? Evelyn. The names landed like stones in still water. Evelyn's gaze moved to Noelle, examined her, took inventory. "You must be Noelle." "I must be." Evelyn's mouth tightened, not quite a smile. "I have read a great deal about you." "I am sure you have." "I know about the pediatric ward, the press conference, the alley escape." She set her portfolio on the table, but did not open it. "I know you have been living in a hotel for 2 days because my niece's face is on every newsfeed in the country." Noelle held her ground. "Maisie is safe." "Is she?" It was not a question. It was a verdict delivered in advance. Nathaniel stepped forward. "If you have something to say it to me. I have been saying it to you for 6 years." Evelyn's voice stayed level. "You just stopped answering." The silence that followed was heavy enough to bend the light. "I tried," Nathaniel said. "After the funeral, I called. I left messages." "You left messages asking if I was okay. You never asked if I wanted to see my sister's daughter." "You were 22 years old. You were in law school. I thought—" "You thought what was best for Maisie without asking. You have been doing that her entire life." Noelle watched Nathaniel absorb the hit. He did not flinch, but she saw the muscle in his jaw jump. Yuna stepped in, her voice calm and precise. "Miss Trasco, you have filed a motion for temporary guardianship. Can you tell us what outcome you are hoping for?" Evelyn turned to face her fully. "I am hoping my niece gets to grow up without being a headline. I am hoping she gets to go to school without photographers following her. I am hoping she gets a childhood that is not shaped by her father's secrets." "The motion is filed," Yuna said. "What happens between now and the hearing is up to all of us." "That is why I asked for this meeting." Evelyn opened her portfolio. "I do not want a war, I want a solution." "What kind of solution?" "Shared custody, formal visitation, a legal structure that gives Maisie stability and gives me a role in her life that cannot be revoked because Nathaniel decides to disappear again." Nathaniel's hands stayed open at his sides. Noelle could see the effort it cost him. I did not disappear from Maisie. You disappeared from everyone else. That is the problem. Evelyn's voice finally cracked, a single hairline fracture in the polished surface. You buried yourself so deep that when the world found you, it found her too. That is not protection, that is neglect. The word hung in the air. Noelle felt it land in her own chest. Miss Trasco, she said, I have been in Maisie's life for 6 years. I have watched her grow up. I have helped with homework and nightmares and school projects. I know who she is, and I know she has never once mentioned that you called on her birthday. Evelyn's gaze sharpened. You are not family. I am the person she drew holding her hand this morning. The words hit harder than Noelle intended. She saw something flicker in Evelyn's eyes. Not anger, something older. You think I do not know that? Evelyn's voice dropped. You think I do not know she has built a life that does not include me? That is exactly why I am here. She pulled a document from her portfolio. I have already spoken to a family court specialist, Judge Margaret Chen. She handles high-conflict guardianship cases in Cook County. I wanted to understand my options before I walked into this room. Nathaniel went still. You spoke to a judge before speaking to me. I spoke to a judge to find out whether I even had standing. She confirmed that I do. The room contracted. Noelle watched Nathaniel process the implications. A judge who already knew Evelyn's name. A file that already contained the outlines of his failures. The machine of the court turning before he had even entered the building. What did she tell you? Nathaniel's voice was flat. Facts. That my sister was beside herself in the months before she died. That she worried about Maisie. That she wanted her daughter to grow up surrounded by people who would tell her the truth about where she came from. Elena never doubted. Elena doubted everything. Evelyn's composure finally cracked. She told me. She told me about the fights, the silences, the way you held everything inside until she could not reach you anymore. And when she died, you did the same thing to Maisie. You held everything inside and called it love. Noelle saw Nathaniel's hands curl. She stepped between them. Evelyn. She waited until the other woman met her eyes. I do not know what Elena knew or did not know, but I know Maisie. I have held her through fevers and nightmares and school projects. I know who she is, and I know she has never once mentioned that you called on her birthday. Evelyn's gaze sharpened. You are not family. I am the person she drew holding her hand this morning. The words hit harder than Noelle intended. She saw something flicker in Evelyn's eyes. Not anger, something older. You think I do not know that? Evelyn's voice dropped. You think I do not know she has built a life that does not include me? That is exactly why I am here. She pulled a document from her portfolio. I have already spoken to a family court specialist, Judge Margaret Chen. She handles high-conflict guardianship cases in Cook County. I wanted to understand my options before I walked into this room. Nathaniel went still. You spoke to a judge before speaking to me. I spoke to a judge to find out whether I even had standing. She confirmed that I do. The room contracted. Noelle watched Nina. Chapter 43. The school hallway smelled like paste and floor wax, and the particular stillness of a building waiting for children. Clara met them at the side entrance, away from the front office windows. She wore the same cardigan from Pickup Chaos, the coffee stain darker now, and she held a clipboard like a shield. You have 20 minutes before the student trio arrives. She led them past empty classrooms and a bulletin board still covered in construction paper leaves. Maisie is in the library with Miss Hendricks. She asked if she could read to the guinea pig. Noelle felt the words land like a gift. A normal request. A 7-year-old wanting to read to a classroom pet instead of hiding under a desk. "We need to talk about pickup," Clara said, unlocking her classroom door. "And about every other part of her day that strangers now know how to find." The room was orderly in the way of a teacher who had been doing this long enough to hide the chaos behind color-coded bins. Clara sat at a small table meant for reading groups, and Noelle took the chair across from her. Nathaniel stayed standing near the window, looking out at the empty playground. "I updated the authorized pickup list last night." Clara pulled a folder from her bag. "I removed everyone who is not you, Nathaniel, or Noelle. I also flagged Maisie's file for no information release without verbal confirmation from me or the front office." "She cannot go to pick up alone," Noelle said. "Or wait at the curb. Or walk to the bike rack without an adult who is on the list." Clara's voice was gentle. That was already true for kindergartners. The difference is that now every adult in this building knows why. The silence stretched. Nathaniel turned from the window. "What are you hearing?" "Questions." Clara set the folder down. "Mostly from parents who saw the trending post. Some from staff who recognized Maisie's name from the news. A few from people I trust who are already telling anyone who asks that Maisie is a child, not a headline." Noelle's hands were flat on the table. She noticed the silver locket had slipped out from under her collar. "Gossip controls," she said. "We need a single message that everyone repeats." "I already drafted one." Clara slid a sheet of paper across the table. "It says that Maisie Trasco is a student, that her family asks for privacy during a difficult time, and that the school will not comment further." Nathaniel picked it up. "Read it. This is good." "It is not enough." Clara's voice dropped. "The front office called me 20 minutes ago. A woman who did not identify herself called the main line asking for Maisie's file. She said she was a family member and needed Maisie's emergency contact information for legal purposes." Noelle's blood went cold. "What did they tell her?" "Nothing. The receptionist is new, but she's not stupid. She said she could not release student information without a written request and a copy of identification. The woman said she would provide both by end of day." Nathaniel's hand tightened on the paper. "Did she leave a name?" "Evelyn Trasco." Noelle heard the name land in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Nathaniel tramped back the word, twitched on his face, exits onto a side street with no through traffic and no line of sight from the main parking lot. Noelle felt the shape of the plan forming. Maisie goes to that gate at dismissal. Someone picks her up from there. The front office does not announce the change. They will notice if Maisie is absent from the main dismissal line, Clara said. Then I will tell the front office that Maisie has a medical appointment and will be picked up early, every day. Clara's expression did not change. It is not sustainable long term, but it buys us a week to get the hearing scheduled and figure out what Evelyn actually wants. Noelle looked at the side gate location on the map. She thought about Evelyn's cut glass composure in Una's office, the leather portfolio, the way she said a woman who is not family. She wants to see Maisie, Noelle said quietly. That is what she wants. She wants to know her niece. She wants to be part of her life. Then why file a motion? Nathaniel's voice was rough. Why call the school before calling me? Because you stopped answering her calls 6 years ago. Noelle met his eyes. She does not trust you to let her in, so she is forcing the door open. The word trust hung between them. Clara cleared her throat. There is one more thing. She pulled a third sheet from her folder. It was a school form, half filled out in blue ink. This is the emergency contact factorization from the beginning of the year. She slid it toward Noelle. Look at the second page. Noelle took it up before the second ring. This is Noelle Halsey. The voice on the other end was clipped, professional. Miss Halsey, this is Margaret Okenkogo. I am calling on behalf of Evelyn Trasco. We have received confirmation that Judge Chen has granted Evelyn temporary access to Maisie's school records pending the hearing. Noelle's grip tightened on the receiver. And I am advising you that Evelyn intends to request a full forensic review of Maisie's academic and psychological records, if school property, to legal purposes. Noelle's blood went cold. What did they tell her? Nothing. The receptionist is new, but she is not stupid. She said she could not release student information without a written request and a copy of Affidavit. The woman said she would provide both by end of day. Nathaniel's hand tightened on the paper. Did she leave a name? Evelyn Trasco. Noelle heard the name land in the room like a stone dropped into still water. Nathaniel cast in swearing. But you should know that every adult in this building has already seen the news. They know who Nathaniel is. They know who you are to Maisie. The form will make it official, but the school already knows. She left. Noelle sat alone with Nathaniel and the half-empty form. I am sorry. His voice cracked on the words. For every time I told myself I was protecting you and was really just afraid. Noelle picked up the form and read her own absence again. I know. She set it down. Clara will fix the form. But you and I need to fix the thing that made you hide it. The phone on Clara's desk rang. Noelle picked it up before the second ring. This is Noelle Halsey. The voice on the other end was clipped, professional. Ms. Halsey, this is Margaret Okenko. I am calling on behalf of Evelyn Trasco. We have received confirmation that Judge Chen has granted Evelyn temporary access to Maisie's school records pending the hearing. Noelle's grip tightened on the receiver. And I am advising you that Evelyn intends to request a full forensic review of Maisie's academic and psychological records. We are notifying you now so you have time to prepare a response. The line went dead. Noelle set the phone down slowly. Nathaniel was watching her. Evelyn has access to Maisie's records, she said. She is requesting a forensic review. The words landed like stones in a frozen pond. Nathaniel's face went pale. I gave her a year of my daughter's life, he said, and now she is going to dig through every piece of it to prove I was never good enough. Noelle looked at the half-empty form still sitting on the table. She looked at the man who had spent 6 years building a wall around his heart and calling it protection. And she knew the custody battle had already begun. Chapter 44. The phone receiver was still warm in Noelle's hand when Clara stepped back into the classroom. Forensic review? Clara's voice was flat. That means everything. Every teacher note, every behavioral observation, every sick day and report card and counselor visit since kindergarten. Noelle set the receiver down. She wants to prove he is unstable, she said, and that Maisie is paying for it. Nathaniel had not moved. His hands were still flat on the table, palms down, like he was holding himself steady against the surface. I gave her nothing, he said. For 6 years, I gave her nothing. No phone calls, no updates, no invitation. I told myself she was Elena's family, not mine, that she had no right to Maisie after she blamed me at the funeral. He looked up. I was right that she blamed me. I was wrong about everything else. Noelle watched him sit with the weight of that admission. 6 years of silence. 6 years of a child growing up without her aunt and a sister without her niece, because he could not separate grief from judgment. Okay, she straightened. We cannot undo 6 years, but we can stop digging the hole deeper. Clara pulled out her phone. I will call the district legal office. If Evelyn wants a forensic review, she will have to file a formal request with proper notice, and I will make sure every document is reviewed by counsel before it leaves this building. She was already dialing as she walked to the door. 20 minutes, she said. Then the first teacher arrives. Use them. The door clicked shut. Nathal turned to Nathaniel. His face was pale, drawn tight around the eyes, the same look he had worn after the nightmare, the same raw exposure of a man who had been stripped of every wall he built. You need to call Yuna, she said. Tell her about the school records. Tell her Evelyn is playing offense. I know. And you need to call your lawyer, the one who handles family law, not corporate defense. I do not have one. She stared at him. You do not have a family lawyer? I never needed one. His jaw tightened. I never thought anyone would come for her. Noelle pressed her palm against her forehead and breathed. Okay, then Yuna knows someone. Or Clara does. Or I will find one myself. Noelle. She looked up. I am not going to freeze. His voice was steady now, rougher but sure. I froze on the form. I froze on the school records. I am done freezing. She wanted to believe him. The door opened again. Clara stepped back in, phone pressed to her ear, and held up a piece of paper. She set it on the table without interrupting her call. A note in blue ink. Front office called. Channel 9 News just parked outside the main gate. I told them no comment. Dean P. Noelle read it twice. Channel 9 is at the front gate. Nathaniel was already standing. How long until they find the side entrance? Clara covered the phone receiver. 15 minutes, maybe less. The side gate is staff only, but it is not hidden. Anyone with eyes can see it. Noelle's phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. Deja. She answered without thinking. Tell me you are watching the feed. Deja said. No greeting, no warmth. I am at Maisie's school. What feed? Someone posted your building address online. Screenshot of your lease. Side by side with a photo of Maisie's school from this morning. Noelle's stomach dropped. It is on every gossip site in the city. They are calling you the nanny who landed a billionaire. They are calling Maisie the bargaining chip. Noelle gripped the phone. Who posted it? Anonymous account, newly created, no followers, one post. Deja's voice was sharp, controlled, the tone she used when she was holding back rage. The post says, and I quote, Nathaniel Trasco's secret daughter attends this school. The nurse he is hiding with lives here. Ask yourselves why a billionaire needs a free apartment and a 7-year-old for cover. Noelle closed her eyes. It has your full address, Noelle. Apartment number included. The room was very quiet. Nathaniel was watching her face. She did not need to repeat the words. He read the answer in her expression. Clara. His voice cut through the silence. We need to move Maisie's pickup plan to right now. Not end of day. Now. Clara ended her call. Already done. I am calling Maisie down from the library. You will take her through the side gate and I will walk out the front and tell Channel 9 that the family has no comment and that the campus is private property. She was already moving. Noelle looked at her phone. The screen was dark, but she could still see the post in her mind. Her apartment number. Maisie's school. Side by side. The consortium, she said, or someone they paid. Nathaniel shook his head. It does not matter who posted it. What matters is that anyone with internet access now knows where we live, where Maisie learns, and how to find both. He pulled out his phone and typed with quick, hard fingers. I am telling Marcus to bring the car to the side gate. We are not going back to either apartment tonight. Noelle's chest tightened. Where are we going? Nathaniel looked up. The house I told you about. The one I never showed anyone. His eyes had hers, dark and steady. I was saving it for when I was ready to stop hiding. I think I just ran out of time. Chapter 45. The side gate opened onto a service alley that smelled of wet concrete and exhaust. Noelle held Maisie's hand so tight the bones pressed together, but Maisie did not complain. She had not spoken since Clara called her down from the library. Just took Noelle's fingers and walked, small sneakers slapping the pavement in rhythm with Noelle's faster stride. Noelle held Maisie's hand so tight the bones pressed together, but Maisie did not complain. She had not spoken since Clara called her down from the library. Just took Noelle's fingers and walked, small sneakers slapping the pavement in rhythm with Noelle's faster stride. Noelle held Maisie's Tony house-blending dust-locked wears. Noelle held Maisie since before, but meant the Marcus slow double inside. Babies suppressed Thames with the Malcolm. Floors fast as be very right. Noelle held Maisie's hand, just touched the retching ped sip, and I really promised to the moment to getting bed and learning in the reminiscence spout stascoborals maybe? Noelle held Maisie's sign, to get the moon, who wants us to easily attended and entire. The black sedan sat at the alley's edge. Noelle's chest locked. Then the driver's door opened and Marcus stepped out, already reaching for the rear door handle. Get in. Maisie climbed without being asked. Noelle followed, sliding across the seat, and Nathaniel was in the front passenger seat before the door fully closed. Marcus was driving before the locks engaged. The car pulled away smooth and fast. Noelle looked back through the rear window. The school was already disappearing, brick and asphalt swallowed by the turn. She could not see Channel 9's van. She could not see anyone. I want Clara, Maisie said. She will meet us later. Noelle kept her voice even. Right now we are going somewhere safe. Like the hotel? Different. Maisie's fingers found Noelle's again. Is the bad lady coming? Noelle hesitated. The word lady hit wrong. Evelyn was not bad. Evelyn was something more complicated and more dangerous. A woman who believed she was right. No, Noelle said. She is not coming with us. Nathaniel turned in his seat. His face was half shadow, half streetlight slicing through the window. We are stopping before the house, he said. I need to get something from the office first. Noelle's jaw tightened. Now. Yona called while you were getting Maisie. There is a security team she wants us to meet. Corporate security, not private. They have protocols for situations like this. Protocols for situations like this? Noelle repeated the words like they were foreign. There is no protocol for this. There is no playbook for your sister-in-law demanding a forensic review of your daughter's school records while gossip sites post my lease number. I know. Then why are we going to Meridian? Nathaniel held her gaze. Because the security team Una assembled has already traced the anonymous account that posted your address. They know where the post originated. I want to see the evidence before we disappear into a house with no security system and no backup. Noelle wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that the only thing that mattered was getting Maisie behind a locked door where no camera could find her. But she was not wrong to want answers, and she was not the only one who needed them. Fine, she said, But Maisie stays with me the whole time. Agreed. Marcus drove without speaking, taking back streets and alleys, avoiding every main thoroughfare where a news van might spot them. The city slid past the windows in fractured glimpses. A bus stop, a laundromat, a man walking a dog who did not look up. Noelle watched the reflections and thought about how many people in those buildings had already seen her face online, already read the words bargaining chip, already formed opinions about a child they had never met. Meridian building rose out of the skyline like a black blade. Marcus bowled into a garage that required a code, a badge scan, and a retinal reader before the gate lifted. Inside, the concrete was clean enough to eat from, and every corner held a camera. Noelle helped Maisie out of the car. The garage was cold and silent, the kind of silence that came from soundproofing and empty space. This way. Nathaniel took Maisie's other hand. They walked through a steel door, down a corridor painted the color of wet cement, and into an elevator that required a second badge scan. The doors closed with a pneumatic hiss. Maisie looked up at Noelle. Are there bad people in this building too? No, Noelle said. This is your dad's building. The people here work for him. Then why do we need so many doors? Nathaniel answered before Noelle could. Because some people want to hurt the people I love, and I am not going to let them. Maisie considered this. Then she leaned into Noelle's side and said nothing else. The elevator went onto a floor that looked like no corporate office Noelle had ever seen. The walls were frosted glass and brushed steel. The lighting was soft and indirect. A woman in a dark suit stood at a reception desk that held nothing but a tablet and a single orchid. Mr. Trasco, Miss Petrovich is in the security suite. Nathaniel nodded and kept working. The security suite was a room without windows. 6 monitors lined one wall, each showing a different feed. The garage entrance, the lobby, the sidewalk, the alley behind the building, the front gate of a school Noelle recognized too late as Maisie's, and a street corner she did not recognize at all. Una stood in front of the screen. I know we are not safe here. I know we cannot go back to either apartment, and I know that Gaw was watching Maisie's school before the post went live, which means whoever is doing this wanted us to see it. He paused. They are not hiding anymore either. The monitor flickered. The black sedan sat motionless in the frame, a question without an answer, a threat without a face. And Noelle understood that the fight for Maisie, for her ward, for the life she had built, was no longer a battle she could fight from the shadows. Daylight had found the memo. Chapter 46. The fluorescent lights of Lakeview Children's Hospital hummed at exactly the same frequency they always had. Noelle pulled her scrub top over her head in the locker room and let the familiar starch and antiseptic smell settle her nerves. She had left Maisie with Nathaniel in the security suite, Una already making calls to a family law firm in Chicago that specialized in high-net-worth guardianship cases. Before the elevator doors closed, Maisie had grabbed her hand and asked if she was coming back. I always come back. The words had come out steady. She had meant them. Now she stood at the nursing station, checking the overnight board, running her finger down the patient list. Room 4? Ramirez, 4 years old, pneumonia, vitals stable at last check. Room 7, Kim, 2 years old, post-op monitoring after emergency surgery for a bowel obstruction. Room 12, Henderson, 6 years old, new admission for respiratory distress, still pending workup. The board told her nothing had changed. The ward was still open. The 1-to-4 ratio was still in effect. The closure memo was still rescinded. But the air was different. She felt it when she passed the family waiting area. A mother she recognized, Mrs. Kellerman from room 9, looked up from her phone and tracked Noelle with eyes that held something new. Not hostility, weariness. Noelle kept walking. At the supply closet, she found Deja leaning against the shelf, arms crossed, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold. "You look like hell," Deja said. "Thanks." "I mean it in the most loving way possible." Deja pushed off the shelf and fell into step beside her. "The news cycle is still running your face next to the Trasco name. Hartwell's PR team put out a statement this morning saying they are reviewing all relationships that may present conflicts of interest." Noelle stopped. "They are circling you," Deja said. "They cannot touch the ward now that Nathaniel's money is committed, but they can make you the problem. Force you out on professional standards grounds." "I have not done anything wrong." "I know that. You know that. But you are the visible one. The one they can point at and say, 'See? This is what happens when you let personal relationships compromise institutional integrity.'" Noelle stopped. "They are circling you," Deja said. "They cannot touch the ward now that Menail's money is committed, but they can make you the problem. Force you out on professional standards grounds." "I have not done anything wrong." "I know that. You know that. But you are the visible one. The one they can point at and say, 'See? This is what happens when you let personal relationships compromise institutional integrity.'" Noelle stopped her palm flat against the supply shelf and felt the cold metal bite into her skin. "I am not leaving this ward." "Good." Data drained the cold coffee in one swallow. "Because I need you here." They walked back to the nursing station together. Owen Cordereo was already there, hunched over a chart, looking like he had not slept in the hours since she had seen him last. His coffee cup was empty, ring stains marking the counter where he had set it down. "Welcome back," he said without looking up. "You missed a quiet night. 3 admissions, 1 transfer out, no codes." "Quiet is good. Quiet is suspicious." He finally raised his eyes. "Parents have been asking questions. Everyone saw the headlines. They want to know if the unit is really safe." Noelle set her jaw. "What did you tell them?" "The truth. That the funding is secured for 3 years, the ratio is better than it has been in a decade, and the person who signed the closure memo is no longer in a position to make unilateral decisions about pediatric care." He paused. "I may have phrased it more professionally than that." That was necessary. The rest of the shift passed in the rhythm she knew. Vitals, medications, charting, family updates. Each time she walked past a parent, she felt their eyes follow her. Some looked away, others held her gaze with something that might have been trust or might have been calculation. At 5 a.m., the charge nurse from the next shift arrived early. Noelle was finishing her notes when the administrative page came through. "Noelle Halsey to the 3rd floor conference room." She looked at Owen. "I did not schedule a meeting." He frowned. "Administrative request. Came through 10 minutes ago." Noelle tucked her pen into her pocket and walked to the elevator. The 3rd floor conference room was small, windowless, with a table that seated 4. 2 people were already there. Marlene Chen, sitting at the head, her polished heels visible beneath the table. And a man Noelle did not recognize, middle-aged, wearing a navy suit and a tie that cost more than her rent. "Noelle." Marlene gestured to the empty chair. "Thank you for coming. Please sit." Noelle did not sit. "What is this about?" The man in the navy suit leaned forward. "I am Thomas Hartwell, WLP of Human Resources for Hartwell Health Network." Noelle felt the temperature in the room drop. "We are conducting a standard review," he said. Given the media attention surrounding your relationship with Mr. Trasco, we need to assess any potential impact on the institution's reputation and your ability to serve patients without distraction. I have served patients without distraction for 6 years. Understood. But circumstances have changed. Thomas Hartwell opened a folder. We have received a formal complaint from a patient's family member suggesting your presence on the unit creates an environment of uncertainty. We are recommending you take paid administrative leave while we complete the review. The words hung in the air. Noelle looked at Marlene, whose expression was carefully neutral. This is a recommendation, Marlene said. Not a mandate, but given the optics, we believe it would be in everyone's best interest to create some distance while the media cycle moves on. Noelle's hands were steady. If I take leave, who covers the night shift? We will reassign staff. You do not have the staff. You have been running at minimum for months. I am the most experienced night charge nurse on this unit. If you pull me, the parents who are already afraid will have a real reason to be afraid. Thomas Hartwell closed the folder. The recommendation stands. You have 24 hours to consider. Noelle did not answer. She turned and walked out of the room, her footsteps steady on the linoleum, her heart pounding in a rhythm she refused to let them see. The elevator doors closed behind her. My doctor stepped the bold and just finally games me idea app. My eyes drift at machine little pairs to meeting. It would literally be a construct him. But I wasn't back to do it sometime. Nays ward sleen love you. I am feeling like the minister got this of Feely. As it is to begin, I'm looking to balk on the retreat. Am I definitely south? Would you have the definitions? Good. Dutlick. That was necessary. The rest of the shift passed in the rhythm she knew. Vitals, medications, charting, family updates. Each time she walked past a parent, she felt their eyes follow her. Some looked away. Others held her gaze with something that might have been trust or might have been calculation, and she realized, with a cold clarity that settled in her bones, that Hartwell was not trying to protect the ward. They were trying to protect themselves. From her. Chapter 47. Noelle sat in the corner of Una's office with Maisie's drawing folded in her pocket, the 3 stick figures pressed against her thigh like a secret she was not ready to share. Una worked methodically, spreading documents across the conference table in neat rows. Clara's affidavit was first, typed on school letterhead, each paragraph calibrated to sound professional and deeply human. Clara had written about Maisie's reading habits, her guinea pig, the way she drew 3 figures in every family picture. She had written about Noelle arriving for pickup with a bag of snacks and knowing exactly which voice to use when Maisie was tired. The affidavits from the building staff were shorter. The super-confirmed Noelle's key was on the emergency contact list for Trasco apartment 4B. The weekend doorman remembered Noelle bringing soup when Maisie had the flu, and staying until the fever broke. Una slid a page toward Noelle. The neighbors were harder. 2 of them remember seeing you come and go. 1 remembers you watering their plants when they were on vacation. It is not a legal document, but it establishes pattern. Noelle read the words. Noelle Halsey has been a consistent presence in the Trasco household for approximately 6 years. She is known to the undersigned as a caretaker and trusted family friend. Trusted family friend, Noelle said flatly. It is what they can swear to. Una did not apologize. It is enough to show the court that you are not a recent insertion. If we can establish that Maisie's stability is tied to your presence, the judge has to weigh disruption against continuity. Nathaniel stood at the window, his back to the room. He had not spoken since they arrived. Noelle watched his shoulders, the set of his spine. The man who had faced a boardroom and a press conference without flinching was holding himself like someone waiting for a second blow. Una slid a page toward Noelle. The neighbors were harder. 2 of them remember seeing you come and go. 1 remembers you watering their plants when they were on vacation. It is not a legal document, but it establishes pattern. Noelle read the words. Noelle Halsey has been a consistent presence in the Trasco household for approximately 6 years. She is known to the undersigned as a caretaker and trusted family friend. Trusted family friend? Noelle said flatly. It is what they can swear to. Una did not apologize. It is enough to show the court that you are not a recent insertion. If we can establish that Maisie's stability is tied to your presence, the judge has to weigh disruption against continuity. Nathaniel stood at the window, his back to the room. He had not spoken since they arrived. Noelle watched his shoulders, the set of his spine. The man who had faced a boardroom and a press conference without flinching was holding himself like someone waiting for a second blow. Una what? Una clanned. Please well. Noelle felt it buried in the trust documents during the restructuring. I thought it was standard estate planning. I did not read the full addendum until last night. Noelle turned back to the page. The conditions were broad, dangerously so, unable to provide a stable custodial environment. Evelyn's legal team would argue that a media firestorm, a leaked identity, a public custody battle, and an injunction constituted precisely that. She looked at Una. If Evelyn files this with the court, does it override everything we are building? Una's face was unreadable. It does not override, but it complicates. A deceased parent's explicit wishes carry significant weight with family court judges, especially one like Chen who favors structure. Evelyn is not just a relative asking for access, she is the person Elena chose. Noelle felt the paper tremble in her hand. She chose her sister, over Nathaniel, before she died. The room went quiet. Maisie was in the security suite with a tablet and a security guard who had been instructed to let her eat as many snacks as she wanted. Noelle had promised she would be back in 10 minutes. That had been 45 minutes ago. Nathaniel turned from the window. I did not know she was afraid, he said. I did not know she was making plans without me. I was on the road. I was gone too much. And when she died, I told myself it was the accident, not the distance. But this document does not exist in a vacuum. Evelyn will argue that Elena saw something coming, that she did not trust me to raise Maisie alone. Noelle looked at the addendum again. The signature was Elena's, dated and notarized. 3 months before the car accident, 3 months before Nathaniel heard his wife die on the phone. She folded the document carefully and handed it back to him. Then we do not let Evelyn define what this means. He looked at her. We write our own affidavit, Noelle said. Not just Clara and the neighbors. We write the story of what Maisie's life actually looks like. The Sunday dinners, the homework, the nightmares, the 3 stick figures holding hands, and we file it before Evelyn's team can frame this as a rescue mission. Una was already reaching for a legal pad. Noelle did not look away from Nathaniel. You said you would tell me everything. Is there anything else buried in those trust documents? He held her gaze. There is one more name, a trustee I did not recognize. Someone Elena appointed to oversee the addendum if it was ever activated. Who? Nathaniel's hand tightened on the paper. Her name is Margaret Coquan. The room tilted. Noelle heard Una's pen stop. Margaret Coquan, Evelyn's lawyer. The woman who had been contacting Noelle directly, who had requested the meeting, who had already obtained Maisie's school records. Elena had appointed Evelyn's lawyer as the trustee of her contingency plan. The same lawyer now representing Evelyn in the custody battle. Noelle looked at the folded document in Nathaniel's hand and understood, with a clarity that felt like ice water, that Evelyn had not been planning for years. Elena had been planning, and Nathaniel had never known. Chapter 48. The room had gone quiet enough to hear the fluorescent hum. Yuna's pen lay still on the legal pad. The folded addendum sat between them on the table, like something that might still burn. Noelle kept her hand on the paper. 3 months before she died, she said. She walked into a lawyer's office and made Evelyn her backup plan. She did not tell you. She did not give you a chance to fix whatever she thought was broken. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. I have been asking myself what she saw, what I missed, whether I was already disappearing by then, already letting the company eat everything, already believing that providing was the same as being present. Was it? I was on the road 3 weeks out of 4. I missed Maisie's first steps. I missed the first time she said my name. I told myself it was temporary, that I was building something that would give them both a life without limits. He paused. Elena stopped asking when I would come home. I thought that meant she understood. Noelle watched his hands, the calluses, the scars, the tremor he could not quite hide. When did she have the addendum drafted? I do not know exactly. The notary stamp shows a Tuesday. I was in Singapore that week. Yuna's voice was careful. The timing matters. If Evelyn can show Elena was already withdrawing from the marriage, already making contingency plans, the court will read that as proof of instability. Not yours. The marriage's. And they will ask why you did not see it coming. Noelle turned to Nathaniel. You said you did not know she was afraid, but you must have felt something. A shift? A silence that did not belong? He held her gaze. I told myself she was tired. Maisie was 3. The house was under renovation. Her sister had just moved back to Chicago and was calling every day, filling Elena's head with plans and possibilities I was not matched because I was never there. His voice dropped. I told myself Evelyn was jealous, that she wanted Elena to leave Chicago, leave me, start over somewhere the name Trasco did not follow them. I thought if I kept working, kept building, the life I was creating would speak for itself. Instead, Elena built a door out of your marriage that you did not know existed. He did not deny it. Noelle let the silence strike, then leaned forward. What happened in the weeks after she died? The question landed like a stone. Nathaniel's hands went still on the table. The funeral was a zoo. Tabloids, business press, people who had never met her writing obituaries about her tragic marriage to the logistics kingpin. They called it a fairy tale. The boarding school runaway who married the working-class founder. His voice turned flat. Elena's family wanted her buried in their hometown. I wanted her in Chicago, near Maisie, near the life we built. Evelyn filed a request to delay the burial. She said I was unstable, that I was making decisions out of grief and could not be trusted to honor what Elena would have wanted. Noelle remembered the nightmare, the shaking hands on the kitchen floor, the man who called himself nobody special. How long did the fight last? 12 days. 12 days of lawyers, media hits, and Evelyn calling every reporter who would listen, painting me as a controlling husband who had isolated Elena from everyone she loved. His voice roughened. She was not entirely wrong. I had pulled us both into a world Elena never asked for. I told myself she would adjust, that the money, the security, the future I was building would make up for the loneliness. Did you win the burial? No. I'd rather have it. He looked at Noelle. I was exhausted. Maisie was 4 and kept asking why everyone was fighting about where Mommy went. I told Evelyn she could have the body. I told her she could have the cemetery plot, the headstone, the guest list, but she would not have Maisie. And she has been waiting 6 years to try." Nathaniel said nothing. Yuna's phone buzzed. She glanced at the screen and something shifted in her face. "The clerk's office just filed a notice. The temporary guardianship hearing has been scheduled." Noelle felt the words land before she understood them. "When?" 48 hours. The room compressed. 48 hours. 2 days to build an affidavit, gather testimony, and counter a document Elena Trasco had prepared 3 months before her death with a lawyer Nathaniel had never met. Noelle looked at the addendum on the table. Evelyn has had 6 years to prepare for this. She knows the arguments. She knows the judge. She knows the narrative she wants to sell. Nathaniel's voice was low. "Then we do not let her sell it alone." Noelle met his eyes. "Then we write the story first." Chapter 49. The courtroom smelled of old wood and cold coffee, and the particular sterile tension of places where families came to break. Noelle sat between Nathaniel and Yuna, 3 chairs back from the defense table, where a man named Gerald Archer had already arranged 8 folders in a precise arc. Silver hair. A tie the color of dried blood. He had not looked at them once since entering, which meant he did not need to. Evelyn sat on the other side of the room, hands folded on a leather portfolio that matched the one she had carried to the meeting. She wore a cream blouse, pearl studs, the face of a woman who had been rehearsing this moment for 6 years and was not about to be rushed. Judge Chen had not yet entered. Noelle kept her hands flat on her thighs, breathing through the treasure she could not show. 48 hours of affidavit drafting, witness coordination, and barely 3 hours of sleep. Clara's statement was in the file. Deja's too. A building manager who had watched Noelle walk Maisie to school for 4 years. A neighbor who had seen Nathaniel push a grocery cart with Maisie riding on the side. None of it felt like enough. The door to chambers opened. Judge Chen was smaller than Noelle expected. Gray hair cut sharp, wire-rim glasses, a black robe that made her look carved from something harder than bone. She took the bench without preamble, adjusted her glasses, and looked at the room like she was counting inventory. "Mr. Archer, Ms. Okonkwo, I have reviewed the filings." Margaret Okonkwo rose. She was tall, deliberate, dressed in charcoal with no jewelry. The woman who had sent Noelle that first text. The woman who had held Elena's secrets for 6 years. "Your Honor, the petitioner's position is straightforward. The respondent has spent the past 6 years operating under a false identity, hiding his daughter in a building his own security team described as a liability, and exposing her to a media firestorm that has already compromised her safety and privacy." Noelle felt Nathaniel go still beside her. The guardianship addendum executed by Elena Trasco 3 months before her death makes clear that Ms. Trasco anticipated precisely this scenario. She feared her husband's inability to provide a stable environment would ultimately harm their child. The events of the past 2 weeks have proven her fear prescient. Judge Chen spoke wanly, as if he had all the time in the world. "Your Honor, Ms. Okonkwo was have this court believe that a woman who drafted a contingency plan in private without informing her husband was acting out of maternal concern rather than marital secrecy." He paused. "We do not know what Elena Trasco feared. We know only that she did not share it with the man she was married to. That silence is not evidence of his unfitness. It is evidence of a man willing to be known and a woman willing to stay." The silence stretched. Margaret Okonkwo spoke into it. "Your Honor, the petitioner has additional evidence she would like to present." Noelle's stomach dropped. Evelyn Trasco rose. She opened her leather portfolio and pulled out a full sheet of paper, a photograph, and a phone with a dark screen. 6 months before my sister died, she called me at 2 a.m. She was crying. She told me she had found a document on Nathaniel's desk, a legal document she did not understand, full of companies and trusts and names she had never heard. Noelle felt Nathaniel's hand grip the edge of the table. She asked me what I thought it meant. Evelyn's voice was steady. I told her it meant her husband was a man who kept secrets, and that men who keep secrets always hide the thing they do not want one to find. Judge Chen leaned forward. Ms. Trasco, are you suggesting your sister believed Mr. Trasco was hiding assets from her? I am suggesting my sister was afraid long before she drafted that addendum, and the man sitting in this courtroom today is the same man who made her afraid. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. His face was pale, his jaw tight. But his hand, the one gripping the table, was steady. He did not look at Evelyn. He looked at Noelle, and in that look was everything he could not say in front of a judge. Judge Chen folded her hands. I will hear testimony from Mr. Trasco next, but before I do, I want to be clear about one thing. She looked at Noelle. This court does not make decisions based on who stayed through a crisis. It makes decisions based on who can provide a stable, permanent home for a child who has already lost one parent. Her gaze shifted to Nathaniel. And I have not yet heard anything that convinces me Ms. Trasco's concerns were baseless. Noelle felt the floor tilt again. The hearing had just begun, and Evelyn Trasco had been planting seeds for 6 years. Chapter 50. The clerk called Clara Bellamy to the stand. She walked past the petitioner's table without looking at Evelyn. Her cardigan was the same one she wore for parent conferences, a soft gray with a small coffee stain near the left cuff that she had never bothered to remove. She sat, adjusted the microphone, and folded her hands exactly the way she did before reading to her class. Margaret Okonkwo rose. Ms. Bellamy, you are Maisie Trasco's teacher. For the past 2 years, yes. And you have observed Mr. Trasco's interactions with his daughter in a school setting. I have observed both of them. Mr. Trasco at drop-off and pickup, Ms. Halsey at drop-off and pickup. Clara's voice was calm, the same tone she used to diffuse a classroom meltdown. They are consistent. They know Maisie's routines, her triggers, her preferred comfort objects. They do not guess. They know. Consistency. Okonkwo repeated. Would you consider a child being pulled from school midday, evacuated through a side gate, and hidden in an undisclosed location consistent? Clara did not flinch. I would consider a family making a protective decision under threat consistent with putting the child's safety first. Which is what happened. Okonkwo tilted her head. You have known Mr. Trasco for 2 years. You have known Miss Trasco, the child's biological aunt and legal guardian under the addendum, for how long? I met her yesterday, in the hallway outside this courtroom. And yet you feel qualified to testify that Ms. Trasco's presence in Maisie's life would be disruptive. Clara paused. When she spoke, her voice was gentler than Okonkwo. I am not qualified to testify about Ms. Trasco's character. I am qualified to testify about Maisie's. And Maisie told me, when she asked why her aunt never called on her birthday, that she assumed her aunt did not like her. She looked at the judge. That is not a child describing a safe person. That is a child describing a stranger who shares her last name. Okonkwo opened her mouth, but Judge Chen raised a hand. I have heard enough foundation from Ms. Bellamy. Mr. Archer. Archer rose slowly, his tie the color of dried blood catching the overhead light. Ms. Bellamy, in your professional opinion, what does Maisie Trasco need to feel safe? Clara did not hesitate. Routine, predictability, the people who have been there every morning for the last 4 years. She looked at Noelle. She needs to know that when she wakes up scared at night, someone will come. That when she walks into school, the same face will be waiting at pickup. That the world does not change without warning. And does she have that? She had it, before the headlines, before the cameras, before someone bought her photograph online and called her a bargaining chip. Clara's voice tightened. She has it still, because her father and Miss Halsey moved her to safety the moment the threat appeared. But she is 7 years old. She knows something is wrong. She asked me last week if the bad people were going to take her away. Judge Chen leaned forward. Did she name specific people? Clara met her eyes. She said, "The lady who says she's my aunt." The silence stretched. Archer adjusted his glasses. Ms. Bellamy, you have submitted an affidavit detailing Ms. Halsey's involvement in Maisie's school life, permission slips, emergency contacts, reading logs. Correct. You have observed Ms. Halsey at school events, parent-teacher conferences, and daily pickup for 2 years. Correct. Would you describe Ms. Halsey as a consistent presence in Maisie's life? I would describe her as the most consistent presence. Clara's voice carried no hesitation. Maisie draws her in every family picture. She talks about her constantly. When she is scared, she asks for her. Not by title, by name. Noelle. Judge Chen's pen stopped moving. And yet, tist, it's littered in exact. This internation will ask S. Ms. Bellamy, you may step down. Clara rose. She walked past Noelle's chair and let her hand brush Noelle's shoulder, a whisper of contact, gone before anyone could call it improper. The judge folded her hands. Mr. Trasco, you have testified that you kept Ms. Halsey at arm's length legally while entrusting her with your daughter's daily care. You have testified that your wife drafted a guardianship addendum without your knowledge, naming her sister as contingent guardian because she was afraid of something she found on your desk. And you have testified that you were absent, on the road, for most of your marriage. She paused. That is a pattern of absence from the people who needed you present. Her voice was flat, and I am not convinced that pattern has been broken. Noelle felt the words like a blade sliding between her ribs. Nathaniel did not flinch. Your Honor, his voice was steady. I have a question. Judge Chen raised an eyebrow. You may ask it. Nathaniel turned. Not to the judge, not to Evelyn, to Noelle. You told me once that love is not a feeling. It is a series of choices. Small ones, made every day, even when no one is watching. He paused. I chose hiding for 6 years. I chose fear. I chose control. I chose silence. He stepped toward her. Now I am choosing you. In front of a judge. In front of the woman who wants to take my daughter. In front of every camera that will spin this into a headline. He stopped. Tell me that is enough. Tell me I am not too late. The room held its breath. Evelyn's lawyer folded her hands. Judge Chen's gavel hovered. And Noelle looked at the man who had spent 6 years becoming someone worth finding, who had spent the last 3 months paying for the version of himself he had buried alive, who was standing in front of her with nothing left to hide. She opened her mouth, and the courtroom doors swung open. Chapter 51. The clerk's voice cut through the charged air. This courtroom is needed for an emergency filing. All parties will recess for 45 minutes. Judge Chen's gavel came down without ceremony. We will reconvene at 11:15. Counsel, advise your clients not to discuss pending testimony in the hallway. The spell broke. Evelyn rose first, her lawyer gathering papers with practiced efficiency. They did not look at Nathaniel. They did not look at Noelle. They walked past like the interruption had been scripted, and maybe it had. Noelle stood on legs that did not feel like her own. Nathaniel was still standing where he had been when the doors opened, turned toward her, caught mid-confession. His question hung in the air between them, unanswered, and now the moment has shattered into something smaller, ordinary, procedural. He opened his mouth. "Don't," Noelle said. The word came out softer than she intended. "I need a minute." She walked past him, past Yuna's outstretched hand, past the bailiff holding the door, and into the corridor where the light was gray and flat and nobody was watching. The hallway was almost empty. A janitor pushed a mop bucket past a row of wooden benches. An ancient radiator hissed against the wall. Noelle leaned against the plaster and closed her eyes. He had done it. He had stood in front of a judge and his dead wife's sister and told the truth. The whole, ugly, raw, unpolished truth. And then he had turned to Noelle and asked if it was enough. She still did not know how to answer. "He really said that, huh?" Noelle opened her eyes. Deja was standing 3 feet away, holding 2 paper cups, her expression caught somewhere between fury and awe. "He really did. I caught the live stream." Deja stepped closer and shoved a cup into Noelle's hand. "Coffee. Black. You look like you need a transfusion." Noelle wrapped her fingers around the warmth. "How bad is it out there?" "Bad." Deja's voice dropped. "But not the kind of bad you're thinking. The comments are split. Half of them are calling him a manipulative billionaire playing the redemption card. The other half are sobbing about the single dad who finally learned to say the right thing." "Great. The real problem," Deja said, "isn't the internet." Noelle's stomach tightened. "What?" Deja pulled out her phone, swiped, and held up the screen. It was an internal Hartwell memo. Draft conduct review. Noelle Halsey, RN, cited media exposure, public association with a custody proceeding, and potential disruption to patient confidence in pediatric overnight services. Recommended action pending. "Tadas Hartwell's office circulated this 40 minutes ago," Deja said, "while you were inside. They are not waiting for the hearing to finish. They are building the case to cut you loose." Noelle read the screen twice. "He cannot do this." "He can do whatever legal says he can do," Deja said, "and right now legal says your name is attached to a billionaire custody battle that is about to generate more headlines than the ward closure ever did. They are protecting the brand. You are the brand risk." Noelle's hand tightened on the cup. "I will not let him." "Noelle." She looked up. Deja's eyes were hard. "Don't you dare say you will not let Nathaniel fix this. Not after what he just did in there." "That is not what I was going to say." "Good, because if you tell that man to stay out of your professional mess after he just asked the entire world if he is too late to love you, I will slap you myself." Noelle almost laughed. Almost. "I was going to say I will not let them win." Deja studied her. "Then don't." They stood in the gray light, the radiator hissing, the coffee cooling in Noelle's hands. Behind them, the courtroom door opened. Yuna stepped out, phone pressed to her ear, her face unreadable. She ended the call in 3 words and walked toward them with the controlled urgency of someone who had just learned something she did not want to know. "We have a problem." "Which one?" Noelle said. Yuna did not smile. "That tip I was chasing? The anonymous account that posted your address?" She paused. "I have a source who owes me a favor." He says the account traces back to a private intelligence contractor, one that used to work for Meridian. Noelle went still. When? 6 years ago. Yuna's voice was flat. When Nathaniel disappeared from public life, the firm was retained to manage reputation containment, suppress stories, monitor press, handle complications. Deja set down her coffee. You are telling me the person who leaked Noelle's address might be someone Nathaniel himself hired? No. Yuna shook her head. I am telling you the firm was on Meridian's payroll. That means someone inside the company knows who ran the account, and that someone either still works for us or is working for the consortium with inside knowledge of how Nathaniel operated. The radiator hissed. The janitor's mop splashed against the floor, and Noelle felt the ground shift beneath her feet again. Who retained them? She asked. Yuna's pause lasted 2 seconds too long. Stefan. Noelle stared at her. Stefan Volkov hired the firm 6 years ago, on Nathaniel's authority. Yuna's jaw tightened. Or so the records show. But Stefan was the one who signed the contracts. Stefan was the one who managed the relationship. And Stefan is the one who never told Nathaniel the firm is still active. The words hung in the air like smoke. Noelle thought of Stefan at the diner, polishing his glasses, telling her he had done terrible things to save the man he loved. She thought of Stefan standing at the back of the press conference, watching Nathaniel confess. She thought of Stefan leaving through the back door. You think Stefan is running the account now? She said. Yuna did not answer, but she did not say no. Chapter 52. The radiator hissed. Noelle stared at Yuna, the words not quite landing. Stefan signed the contracts. Stefan managed the relationship. Stefan never told Nathaniel the firm was still active. Where is he now? She asked. Stefan? Yuna's jaw worked. I do not know. He left the building 40 minutes ago. His assistant says he is unavailable. Bullshit? Noelle heard her own voice before she recognized it. Hard, flat. The voice she used when a crashing patient needed direction and everyone else was frozen. He knew, she said. He knew where that account traced, and he left before you could confirm it. Yuna did not argue. Deja stepped closer, phone already in her hand. I can find him. I have contacts in the union who track executive movements for leverage. Give me 10 minutes. Find him, Noelle said, and do not tell him why. Deja was already walking, fingers flying across the screen. Noelle turned back to Yuna. What else did Stefan sign? Everything. Yuna's voice was quiet. When Nathaniel disappeared from public life, he gave Stefan broad authority, legal, operational, financial. Stefan could hire, fire, retain, dissolve, without direct oversight. Nathaniel trusted him completely. And Stefan used that authority to keep an intelligence firm on payroll without telling him? Yes, for 6 years. Yes. Noelle pressed her palm against the wall. The plaster was cool, rough, real. She needed something real. Why? Yuna hesitated. That is the question I have been trying to answer since I found the trail. She pulled out her phone, swiped, handed it over. Look at the dates. Noelle took the phone. The screen showed a spreadsheet, payments, quarterly, consistent, routing through a shell subsidiary Noelle did not recognize. The first payment dated 1 month after Nathaniel disappeared from public life. The most recent payment cleared 3 days ago. 3 days. Before the school evacuation, before the leaked address, before any of it. Stefan has been paying them the entire time, Noelle said. It appears so. Not for reputation containment. Yuna's silence was answer enough. For what then? Surveillance. Yuna took the phone back, swiped to another screen. I pulled the firm's scope of work from the original contract. It is broad, media monitoring, background investigations, threat assessment, physical surveillance. The radiator hissed again. Noelle thought of the black sedan outside her building, the sedan at Clara's house, the sedan at Maisie's school, the cars. Yes, Stefan has been having me watched for 6 years. No. Una shook her head. The firm was retained to watch Nathaniel, to monitor anyone who got close to him, to ensure his secret stayed buried. She paused. You got close to him. Very close. The firm has been watching you since the beginning. Noelle's hand dropped from the wall. 6 years. Every grocery run, every Sunday dinner, every late-night call from Maisie, every moment she thought she was building something private, something safe. Someone had been watching the whole time. And the leak? She asked. The address post? I do not know yet. Una's voice was careful. The account traces to the firm, but that does not mean Stefan authorized the post. It could be a rogue operator. It could be the consortium using the firm's infrastructure. It could be someone who bought access. Or it could be Stefan. Una did not answer. Noelle thought about Stefan at the diner, his rimless glasses, his careful words, his admission that he had done terrible things to save the man he loved. She had believed him. She had walked out of that diner thinking he was brutal but honest, the kind of man who detonated lives because he believed the explosion would save more people than it burned. But brutal honesty did not pay for 6 years of secret surveillance. Brutal honesty did not have its operatives outside a 7-year-old school. He is the handler, she said. The words hung in the air. Una's phone buzzed. She looked down, read, lit up. Deja found him. Where? Meridian, his office. Una's expression tightened. He is waiting for us. He knows we traced the account. Noelle straightened. Good. She walked. The corridors stretched. The janitor had moved on, leaving wet floor signs and the smell of bleach. Noelle's footsteps echoed off the linoleum, steady, deliberate, each one carrying her closer to a confrontation she had not expected and was not prepared for. She did not care. She was done being prepared. Behind her, Una's heels clicked in pursuit. Noelle, wait! She did not wait. The elevator doors opened. She stepped inside. Una followed, pressed the button for the ground floor. You cannot walk into his office and accuse him without evidence. I have evidence. You showed it to me. Circumstantial evidence. He will argue the form was retained for legitimate purposes and someone else abused the access. Then he can explain that to me, face to face. The elevator descended. Noelle watched the floor numbers change. You are angry, Una said. I am past angry. Then what are you? Noelle thought about it. The elevator reached the ground floor. I am tired of being the person everyone lies to. She stepped out. The lobby was quiet. A security guard looked up, recognized her, looked away. The glass doors reflected the gray Chicago sky. And through the glass, she saw him. Stefan Volkov stood on the sidewalk, hands in his pockets, waiting. He met her eyes through the glass, and he did not look away. Chapter 53. The lobby air hit her face cold and dry. Stefan Volkov stood motionless on the sidewalk, hands still in his pockets, watching her through the glass. Noelle did not break stride. She pushed through the door. The wind caught her hair. Stefan did not move. Noelle? His voice was level, controlled. The same voice that had told her at the diner that he had done terrible things to save the man he loved. You knew, she said. I knew you would come. That is not what I meant. He pulled his hands from his pockets. No phone, no gesture of surrender. Just a man standing in the cold, waiting to be asked the question he had already prepared for. The firm, she said. You kept them on payroll for 6 years. Yes. You never told Nathaniel. No. Did you leak my address? No. She watched his face, steel gray eyes behind rimless glasses. No tell, no flicker. You expect me to believe that? I expect you to verify it. He tilted his head. The metadata will show the post originated from a device assigned to the firm, but it will also show the session was initiated by someone who bypassed standard authentication protocols. I did not authorize the post, but someone inside the firm's infrastructure did. Who? I do not know yet. That is convenient. It is inconvenient. His voice sharpened for the first time. It means someone had been using my infrastructure against me, against Nathaniel, against you. Noelle studied him. The cold had reddened his ears. His suit jacket was not enough for standing still on a Chicago sidewalk in winter. He had waited anyway. Why are you still here? She asked. You knew we traced the account. You could have walked out, flown somewhere without extradition. Stefan's mouth curved, not quite a smile. Where would I go? Anywhere. And leave Nathaniel to clean up what I started? He shook his head. I signed this contract because he was gone and someone had to keep the walls standing. I kept the firm active because I needed to know if the consortium had found him. I never used it against him. I used it to protect the shell. By watching me, by watching everyone who got close to him. His voice dropped, including you, especially you. The words landed like a punch she had been expecting. And what did you see? A woman who loved him. A woman who had no idea who he was. A woman who would have burned his world down if she found out the wrong way. Noelle's hands curled at her sides. Is that what you think I am doing now? I think you are doing exactly what you should. Stefan met her eyes. You are standing in front of the man who lied to you and demanding the truth. Then give it to me. I already have. He stepped closer. The firm is still active. I have not shut it down because shutting it down would tip off whoever has been using it. The leak was not me, but it came from my house, and I intend to find out who opened the door. Noelle held his gaze. Behind her, the lobby door opened. Una stepped out, phone in hand, face tight. We have a problem. Noelle turned. The security feed from your building. Una held up the phone. The night the leak was posted, the same sedan was parked across the street, but it arrived 40 minutes before the post. Someone was watching before the leak went live. Yes. Stefan's expression shifted, something sharpened behind his eyes. Which building? Maisie's school, Una said. No. Noelle's stomach dropped. The post was uploaded from near the school, but the surveillance, the sedan, was at my apartment building first. Someone was watching me. Then they drove to the school to post. Stefan pulled out his phone. Your address was the bait. The school was the delivery. Noelle thought of the black car parked outside her building, the nights she had seen it idling, the morning after Nathaniel's nightmare when she had watched it drive away. How long have they been watching? Stefan's thumbs moved across the screen. I do not know. He looked up. But I am going to find out. The words hung between them. Noelle turned away. She walked, not toward the car, not toward Nathaniel, toward home, toward her apartment, toward the life she had built with both hands, now riddled with holes she had never seen. Una called after her. Noelle kept walking. The street stretched ahead, gray and wet. The wind pushed at her back. She thought about the black car, the first time she saw it, the night it sat outside her building, watching, waiting, while she slept with her mother's locket pressed against her chest. She had told Deja it was paranoia. She had told herself it was nothing. But it was never nothing. It was Stefan's firm, or the consortium, or someone else, someone she had never seen, never touched, never known existed, watching from the dark while she made dinner for Maisie and laughed at Nathaniel's dry jokes and truly believed, that she had found something safe. Her phone buzzed. She pulled it from her pocket. Deja, Stefan is at Meridian, waiting. He knows. Noelle typed back, I know. I just talked to him. Deja, and? Noelle stopped walking. She stood on the sidewalk, Chicago gray, wind cold, phone glowing in her hand. And I don't know if I believe him. She put the phone away. The building was ahead. Her building. The one with the black sedan that had watched her for 6 years without her knowing. She walked inside. The lobby was quiet. The security guard looked up, nodded, looked away. Noelle crossed to the elevator, pressed the button, waited. The doors opened. She stepped inside. The ride up was silent. When the doors opened again, she walked to her door, fished out her keys, unlocked it. The apartment was dark. She stepped inside and stopped. The cordless phone on her kitchen counter was blinking. A message. She crossed to it, pressed play. Static. Then a voice, distorted, mechanical, unrecognizable. You should have walked away. The line went dead. Noelle stared at the phone. Her hands were shaking. She put the receiver back in its cradle. Took a breath. Took another. Then she heard it. A sound from the hallway, soft, deliberate. Footsteps. She moved to the door, pressed her eye to the peephole. The hallway was empty. But the sound had not come from the hallway. It had come from inside the apartment. Noelle turned. The bedroom door was open. She had closed it before she left. Her heart stopped. Then it started again, harder, faster, as she reached for the kitchen knife in the drawer beside her and took one slow step toward the dark. Chapter 54. She did not call for help. The knife was cold in her hand. The blade caught the kitchen light as she moved. One step, another, her bare feet silent on the hardwood. The bedroom door stood open. 3 inches of black. She had closed it. She always closed it before leaving. A habit from the divorce years, when every empty room felt like a mouth waiting to swallow her. She closed doors. She locked them. She checked the locks twice. The door was open. The footsteps had stopped. Noelle reached the hallway, pressed her back to the wall, and listened. Nothing. Not the creak of floorboards, not the whisper of fabric, not breathing. Just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant wail of a siren is pretty blocks away. She could call the police. She could call Nathaniel. She could walk out the front door and take the stairs and never come back. Instead, she pushed the door open with the flat of her hand. The room was empty. The window was open. The screen was cut. A straight vertical slice, clean as a scalpel line, from the bottom edge to the middle. The night air pushed through, cold and wet. Noelle stood in the center of the room, knife still in her hand, staring at the slit in the screen. Someone had been inside her apartment. Someone had waited for her. Someone had left a message on her phone. You should have walked away. And then they had left through the window, cutting the screen, dropping to the fire escape, disappearing into the dark. Her phone buzzed. She looked down. Nathaniel. Stefan and I are going through the files. We need you here, please. She stared at the message. Her hand was shaking. She put the knife down, picked up her phone, typed one sentence. Someone was in my apartment. 3 dots appeared immediately. Then the call. She answered. Tell me where you are. Nathaniel's voice was low, controlled, the voice he used when he was holding panic at arm's length. Kitchen. Are you safe now? They're gone. Window. Fire escape. Stay on the phone. Do not hang up. I am coming. No. The word came out flat, certain. No, she said again. You're with Stefan. You're finding the thread. Keep pulling it. Noelle. I'm not safe in this building anyway. Whoever it was, they left. They wanted me scared. They got what they wanted. She looked at the cut screen, the dark window. But if you stop now, they win. Silence. I am not losing you to this. You're not losing me. She pressed her paw flat against the counter, steadied herself against the granite. I'm going to Deja's. I'll text you the address. You find whoever put that furb on payroll. You find whoever authorized the payment, and you tell me the name. Another silence. This is not how I wanted tonight to go. No. She picked up the knife again, tested its weight. It's not how any of this was supposed to go. She hung up. Then she locked the window, grabbed a bag, and walked out. The Meridian War Room was a converted conference room on the 32nd floor, windowless, fluorescent, smelling of old coffee and fresh panic. Nathaniel sat at the head of the table, laptop open, sleeves rolled up, eyes tracking across a spreadsheet that stretched wider than the screen could hold. Stefan sat across from him, rimless glasses off, rubbing the bridge of his nose like he was trying to press the exhaustion out of his skull. A third person stood at the far end of the table. Noelle had never seen her before. Gray hair cut sharp, expensive suit, eyes that did not blink. Alexandra Voss, Stefan said without looking up. Meridian's compliance officer for the last 9 years. She ran the vendor approval system. Ran, Noelle repeated. Still run. Alexandra's voice was flat. Which is why I am here at midnight instead of in my bed. Nathaniel did not look up. There is a payment scheduled to clear tonight. $400,000. Routing through a shell in the Caymans, then to a second shell in Luxembourg, then to the intelligence firm's operating account. Noelle walked to the table, set her bag down. Sat. And until an hour ago, you did not know about it. Alexandra's jaw tightened. The approval came through as a quarterly vendor renewal. Same routing, same amount, same authorization chain that has been in place for 6 years. No flags, no exceptions. Except the authorization chain was supposed to be dead. Except that. Alexandra slid a tablet across the table. The original termination order was signed by Nathaniel Trasco 6 years ago. It should have deactivated every contract, every retainer, every recurring payment tied to the intelligence firm. But it didn't. No, because the termination order was never entered into the payment system. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was still staring at the screen, but his hands had stopped moving. Who entered the payment authorizations? Noelle asked. Alexandra did not answer. The payment authorizations for the last 6 years, Noelle repeated. Who signed them? Stefan set his glasses down. The system shows an administrative override, a standing authorization that bypasses the termination order. It was entered 12 days after Nathaniel signed the termination. By who? Stefan looked at her. The signature on the override belongs to a board member who retired 5 years ago, Chairman Russell's predecessor, a man named Philip Durant. And Philip Durant is dead, Noelle said. Yes. Stefan leaned back. He died 3 years ago, which means someone has been using his credentials to authorize payments for 3 years after his death. The room went still. Nathaniel looked up. The payment clearing tonight. Can we stop it? Alexandra shook her head. It's already processing. By the time we flag it, the funds will be in Luxembourg, and from there the trail goes dark unless we have a court order. Noelle thought about the cut screen, the blinking phone, the voice that told her she should have walked away. We do not have a court order, she said. No. Then we need to know who is on the other end of that payment. Chapter 55. The war room hummed with the low thrum of servers and the occasional click of keys, but Noelle could not sit still any longer. She stood, pushed her chair in, walked to the door without announcing where she was going. Nathaniel looked up. She did not stop. The corridor outside was empty, fluorescent lights buzzing in their fixtures, casting everything in that pale, institutional green she had spent half her life under. She kept walking past the elevator bank, past the dark conference rooms with their glass walls, past the security station where a guard looked up and looked away just as fast. Stairs. She pushed through the fire door and let it close behind her. The stairwell was concrete and cold and smelled of cleaning solvent and trapped air. She sat down on the top step, back against the wall, and pressed the heels of her hands into her eye sockets until she saw color. The door opened again. She did not look up. She knew the weight of his footsteps. Nathaniel sat down beside her on the step, not touching, close enough that she could feel the heat coming off him, the solid mass of him settling into the same exhausted space. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. "I needed air," she said finally. "I know. He cut my screen. He was in my apartment. He left a message telling me I should have walked away." "I know. $400,000 is clearing tonight, and we cannot stop it." "I know." She dropped her hands from her eyes and turned to look at him. The stairwell light caught the hollows under his cheekbones, the way his jaw was set, the red in the corners of his eyes. He had not slept. Neither had she. They were both running on something that was not rest, something that would give out eventually if this did not break soon. "I thought I was being paranoid," she said finally. "I know. He cut my screen. He was in my apartment. He left a message telling me I should have walked away." "I know. $400,000 is clearing tonight, and we cannot stop it." "I know." She dropped her hands from her eyes and turned to look at him. The stairwell light caught the hollows under his cheekbones, the way his jaw was set, the red in the corners of his eyes. He had not slept. Neither had she. They were both running on something that was not rest, something that would give out eventually if this did not break soon. "I thought I was being paranoid," she said. "The first time I saw the sedan, 3 in the morning, I told myself it was nothing. A neighbor's car, a delivery driver, anyone but someone watching me." "You were not paranoid." "I know that now." She let out a breath that was almost a laugh, but not quite. "That does not make it better." "No." He turned his hands over on his knees, palms up, calluses and scars, the hands of a man who had tried to build something solid with his own labor. "I do not think it does." She watched his hands. "I told you once that I would stop hiding," he said, "that I would give you the truth. And then the war room filled with dead men's credentials and payments that cannot be stopped, and I realized that I do not even know the full truth myself yet." "That is not hiding. That is discovering." "Semantics." "No." She reached out and touched his wrist. Light, barely a contact. "Hiding is knowing and staying silent. This is different. You are standing in the dark with me, trying to find the light switch." He looked at her hand on his wrist, then up at her face. Something shifted in the air between them. The stairwell was cold and bare and smelled like cleaning solvent, but his breath was worn on her lips, and his hand was still covering hers, and she could feel the fast, heavy beat of his heart under her palm. "Noelle." "Do not say anything else." She gets him. It was not gentle. It was desperate, hungry, the kind of kiss that happened when two people had been running too long and finally stopped. His hand came up to the back of her head, fingers threading into her hair, and she pressed into him like she was trying to disappear into the solid weight of his body. The fire door slammed open. They broke apart. Deja stood in the doorway, phone in her hand, face the color of old paper. Deja shouldn't see. It is not the hearing. Noelle stood. Her knees were unsteady. Her lips were still warm. It is the payment. Nathaniel was already on his feet. What about the payment? It cleared, 400,000, through Luxembourg and Bonn. Deja held up her phone. That is not the bad part. What is the bad part? Deja's hand was shaking. The receiving account is registered to an address in Evanston, a residential property. Noelle felt the air leave her lungs. Evelyn, Chapter 56. The 7:30 a.m. light in the Hartwell administrative wing was the color of bad coffee, pale and thin through blinds that had not been dusted in years. Noelle stood outside the conference room with her badge still clipped to her scrub collar, having come straight from Deja's apartment without stopping at her own building, without changing, without doing anything except brush her teeth over a bathroom sink and tell herself she could do this. The door opened. Marlene Chen looked at her with the careful neutrality of someone who had already decided which side of this meeting she would survive on. They are ready for you. Noelle walked in. Thomas Hartwell sat at the head of the table in a charcoal suit, his hands flat on a manila folder, his face arranged into something that probably read as concern on a good day. Beside him sat a woman Noelle did not recognize, late 50s, silver hair cut into sharp angles, glasses with thin gold frames that caught the overhead light. Ms. Halsey, thank you for coming. You sent a memo recommending I take leave. I did not feel I had a choice. Hartwell's mouth tightened. We asked you to consider administrative leave while we reviewed certain concerns. You did not respond within the 24-hour window we provided. I was in a guardianship hearing. Yes, we are aware. The silver-haired woman opened a folder and slid a single sheet of paper across the table. Noelle did not look down at it. I am Eleanor Vance, Senior Counsel for Hartwell Health Network. This meeting is a preliminary review of conduct concerns raised regarding your continued employment at Lakeview Children's Hospital. It is not a termination hearing. It is an opportunity to address questions before any formal recommendation is made. Noelle sat down without being invited. Ask your questions. Vance's eyes flickered, adjusting to the lack of deference. She adjusted her glasses and began. Your relationship with Nathaniel Trasco became a matter of public record approximately 72 hours ago. Since then, media coverage has repeatedly identified you as his romantic partner and linked your position at Lakeview to his ownership stake in Meridian Freight. I am aware. During this same period, Hartwell Health received a formal complaint from a parent whose child is currently admitted to the pediatric overnight unit. The complaint states that your visible involvement in a high-profile custody dispute created an environment of uncertainty and compromised their confidence in the care team. Noelle kept her hands still on the table. Did that parent give their name? The complaint was submitted anonymous through the patient relations portal. So you cannot verify it came from an actual parent. Vance's mouth pressed into a thin line. We verified the submission originated from a device on the hospital guest network during visiting hours. That means someone was in the building. It does not mean they had a child in the unit. Ms. Halsey, I am answering your questions. Noelle met her eyes. You asked if I was aware of the complaint. I am asking you to confirm its source. Thomas Hartwell leaned forward. We understand this is stressful. No one is accusing you of misconduct. But the network has a responsibility to maintain trust with the families we serve, and your public profile has created a perception issue that we cannot ignore. What perception issue? That your relationship with Mr. Trasco may influence decisions about patient care. That the pediatric ward's continued operation may be tied to your personal connection rather than medical necessity. Noelle let the silence stretch. That is not a perception issue. That is your legal team's talking points dressed up as concern. Vance's jaw tightened. We have video footage of Mr. Trasco entering the pediatric unit during visiting hours last Tuesday. I was working. He brought dinner. Visitors are not permitted in the overnight ward after 8 p.m. It was 7:43 p.m. I checked the timestamp. Vance closed her folder. Your attention to detail is commendable, Ms. Halsey. It is also exactly the kind of adversarial posture that concerns us. Questioning your facts is adversarial? We are trying to determine whether you can continue to function effectively as a nurse on a unit that is now nationally visible because of your personal life. Your response so far suggests you see this investigation as something to win rather than something to cooperate with. Noelle breathed. She thought of the cut screen in her bedroom window, the distorted voice on her answering machine, the $400,000 that had cleared through Luxembourg and landed in Evelyn Trasco's account, the weight of Nathaniel's hand on hers in the stairwell. She straightened her spine. I have worked at Lakeview for 8 years. I have never had a disciplinary action, a formal complaint, or a negative performance review. I have covered shifts when the unit was short-staffed. I have held children's hands when their parents could not be there. I have never once let my personal life interfere with patient care. Until now. Until now, I did not have a personal life that was newsworthy. That is not to say is interference. Vance and Hartwell exchanged a glance. The door opened. Owen Cordero stepped in, still in scrubs, his face pale. He held a tablet. I am sorry to interrupt. This cannot wait. Hartwell's expression hardened. Dr. Cordero, this meeting is closed. Then you should not have used my patient's family as a prop. Noelle turned. Owen's hand was shaking as he held up the tablet. The complaint your office cited, the one from the anonymous parent on the hospital network. He looked at Hartwell. The device ID connects to a phone registered to the Hartwell Health Foundation donor board. The account name on the submission is James P. Rutledge. Vance went still. Noelle did not know the name, but she watched color drown from Hartwell's face. The private suite on the 4th floor, Owen said. The one they use for VIP family visits. That is where the complaint was submitted from. Noelle looked at Hartwell. Who is James P. Rutledge? Hartwell did not answer. Vance removed her glasses and set them on the table with the precision of someone buying time. Noelle stood. I want that name. I want to know whose family member was in that suite, what child they had in this hospital, and why a donor board member filed an anonymous complaint about a nurse they have never met. Vance looked up at her. That information is confidential. Then this meeting is over. She walked to the door. Behind her, Hartwell's voice came sharp and low. Ms. Halsey, if you walk out of this room, I cannot guarantee your position will be here when you come back. Noelle stopped with her hand on the door handle. She thought of Maisie's voice asking if she was coming back. She thought of Nathaniel's promise in the stairwell, his hand over hers, his heartbeat under her palm. She thought of the silver locket her mother had given her, the one she touched when she needed to remember who she was. She turned around. Then I will make sure everyone knows why I left. She stepped into the corridor. Owen followed, the tablet still in his hand. Noelle, who is Rutledge? Friends? Sits on 3 Hartwell boards. His daughter-in-law was admitted last week for observation 3 days ago. LEP was 7:43 p.m. I checked the timestamp. Vance closed her folder. Your attention to detail is commendable, Ms. Halsey. It is also exactly the kind of adversarial posture that concerns us. Questioning your facts is adversarial? We are trying to determine whether you can continue to function effectively as a nurse on a unit that is now nationally visible because of your personal life. Your response so far suggests you see this investigation as something to win rather than something to cooperate with. Noelle breathed. She thought of the cut screen in her bedroom window, the distorted voice on her answering machine, the $400,000 that had cleared through Luxembourg and landed in Evelyn Trasco's account, the weight of Nathaniel's hand on hers in the stairwell. She straightened her spine. I have worked at Lakeview for 8 years. I have never had a disciplinary action, a Form A complaint, or a negative performance review. I have covered shifts when the unit was short-staffed. I have held children's hand when their parents could not be there. I have never once let my personal life interfere with patient care. Until now. Until now, I did not have a personal life that was newsworthy. That is not the same as interference. Vance and Hartwell exchanged a glance. The door opened. Chapter 57. The courtroom smelled the same. Lemon polish, old paper, the trapped heat of recycled air under fluorescent lights. Noelle sat between Nathaniel and Una on the hard bench and tried not to look at Evelyn across the aisle. Margaret Okonkwo was already on her feet, her voice measured and reasonable. Your Honor, my client is not asking for custody. She is asking for 6 hours. Supervised, on neutral ground. A chance to establish a relationship with the only surviving blood relative of her sister. Judge Chen did not look up from the documents. Ms. Okonkwo, your client has not seen this child in 6 years. Because Mr. Trasco prevented it. I prevented her from being used as a weapon in a fight that had nothing to do with her. Nathaniel's voice came low and hard. Una touched his arm and he stopped. Judge Chen looked at Evelyn. Ms. Trasco, why now? Evelyn rose. Her suit was charcoal, her hair pulled back so tight it pulled at the corners of her eyes. She looked smaller than she had in the hotel meeting. She also looked prepared. Because until now, I did not know where she was. You could have filed for visitation at any time in the past 6 years? Against a man who buried my sister while I was still trying to understand what happened, who stopped taking my calls, blocked my emails, and made it clear I was not welcome in my own niece's life. Evelyn's voice did not waver. I was 22 years old, Your Honor. I was a college student. I did not have the resources to fight a man with this kind of power. Noelle watched the judge's face, saw the flicker of calculation, saw the scales tipping. She understood what was happening. Evelyn was not asking for what she deserved. She was asking for what the court could give her without looking unreasonable. 6 hours, supervised, neutral ground, a foot in the door. Judge Chen set down her pen. I am going to grant limited supervised visitation. 1 4-hour session per week for the next 30 days. The supervisor will be court-appointed. The location will be a neutral facility. Ms. Trasco will have no contact with Maisie's school, residents, or medical providers outside the supervised session. Margaret Okonkwo inclined her head. That is reasonable, Your Honor. It is not permanent. It is not a finding. It is caution. Judge Chen looked at Nathaniel. Mr. Trasco, you will receive a schedule by end of day. The first session will take place within 72 hours. Noelle said nothing. His jaw was set so hard Noelle could see the muscle jumping in his cheek. The gavel tapped. Noelle stood on legs that felt hollow, her hand finding Nathaniel's arm. Una was already on her phone, typing furiously. In the corridor outside, Maisie sat on a bench with Clara Bellamy, her legs swinging. She looked up when she saw them, and the question in her eyes made Noelle's chest tighten. Is it over? Noelle knelt. Almost. Did the judge say I have to see her? The silence lasted too long. Maisie's face did not crumple. It went still in a way that reminded Noelle of Nathaniel, a child who had learned to compartmentalize too early. "She's not bad," May said quietly. "She's just a stranger." Noelle pulled her close. She felt Clara's hand on her shoulder, a brief pressure. "I will walk her to the car," Clara said. "Give you a minute." Maisie looked up at Noelle. "Why do people who do not know me get to decide where I feel safe?" Noelle had no answer that would not sound like an excuse. She watched Clara lead Maisie down the corridor, small hand in larger hand, the dinosaur backpack bouncing with each step. Behind her, Nathaniel's voice came low. "She filed a motion for the medical records 2 weeks ago. I did not know until 5 minutes before that hearing." Noelle turned. "Whose medical records?" Nathaniel's face was the color of cement. "Elena's, the attending physician's notes, the emergency room file, everything." His voice dropped. "She is not trying to get visitation. She is trying to prove Elena was afraid of me, and she just got the court to hand her the evidence." Una appeared beside them, phone pressed to her ear. She lowered it. "We have a bigger problem." Noelle looked at her. Una's face was pale. "A tabloid just sent a press inquiry. They have obtained a summary of Elena's medical records from the night she died. Someone leaked the attendant physician's notes." Nathaniel went so still that Noelle felt the air change around him. "How?" "We do not know yet. The inquiry includes specific clinical details. Blood alcohol, toxicology. None of that was in the public record." Noelle watched Nathaniel's hands curl into fists at his sides, watched him breathe, counting his exhales the way she had taught him. She took his hand. "We fight it." He looked at her, and his eyes held something she had never seen in them before. It was not grief. It was not rage. It was fear. The attending physician was the first responder, the one who pronounced her dead. His voice cracked. "He is the only person alive who knows what I said when I found her." Chapter 58. Una was already dialing as they moved down the corridor, her heels sharp against the marble, her voice low and fast. "No, as it said, Sismalins I'm a step behind." His silence heavier than any word he could have spoken. The courthouse doors loomed ahead, and beyond them, the street where photographers had already gathered, sensing blood. "Where are we going?" Noelle asked. "Meridian. I have a team standing by." Una did not look up from her phone. "The tabloid that received the leak is based in London. They will go to print in approximately 4 hours, unless we can prove the records were obtained illegally." "Can we?" "We can try." Una lowered her phone. "But the attending physician's notes were not in Elena's file at the hospital. They were in a sealed evidence envelope. Someone had to know exactly where to look." The black car was waiting at the curb, Marcus behind the wheel, his face unreadable. Noelle climbed in beside Nathaniel. He sat with his hands on his knees, palms open, staring at nothing. She took his hand. His fingers were cold. "Say something," she said. "I do not know what to say." "That is a first." The corner of his mouth twitched, almost a smile, but it died before it reached his eyes. "I told you what I said when I found her. The truth." He looked at her then. "But I've been asking myself all evening whether I remembered it right, whether I edited it, whether I made it cleaner than it was." "Why would you do that?" "Because if I said what I actually felt, what I actually thought in that moment, it would sound like I wished her dead." The car went silent. Marcus took a corner hard, and Noelle pressed herself against the door, holding Nathaniel's hand so tightly her knuckles ached. The Meridian war room looked different at midnight. The lights were dimmer, the screens casting pale blue glow across the faces of people who had been running on adrenaline for too long. Stefan stood at the far end, tie loosened, hair disheveled. Alexandra Voss sat at the conference table, her laptop open, a legal pad covered in notes. Una walked straight to the central screen and pulled up a document. This is what the tabloid claims to have in their possession. A summary of the attending physician's report from the night Elena died. Blood alcohol, toxicology, time of death, and this. She highlighted a line near the bottom. Patient was discovered by husband at approximately 22:47. Husband's statement recorded verbatim at 23:15. Noelle read the line, then read it again. They have his statement? They claim to. Una's voice was flat. They have not published it yet. They send a press inquiry first, standard practice, to give us a chance to comment before they run the story. Comment on what? Nathaniel's voice was raw. On whether I actually said what I said? On whether the records were obtained legally, and whether you intend to challenge their publication. Stefan stepped forward. There is more. He tapped the screen and a second document appeared. A scanned page, yellowed at the edges, typed on what looked like old Meridian letterhead. This was part of the same source package. A memo from the executive committee dated 12 days after Elena's death. Noelle leaned closer. The memo was heavily redacted. Most of the text had been blacked out, leaving only fragments visible. But one line near the bottom had been spared. The attending physician raised a question regarding the integrity of the death scene. Recommend external review before the estate is finalized. Noelle felt the words settle into her chest like stones. Someone inside Meridian questioned whether the death scene had been preserved properly, she said. Una nodded. 12 days after she died, while Nathaniel was still in shock, while the burial fight with Evelyn was still happening. Someone on the executive committee wrote this memo. Why? That is the question. Alexandra Voss looked up from her laptop. I was not on the committee at that time. I have never seen this document before. Nathaniel moved to the screen, his reflection ghosting over the redacted text. Who wrote it? The author's name is redacted, Una said. But the memo was addressed to the full executive committee, 7 people at the time. 5 are still active board members. Show me the list. Una pulled up a second screen. 7 names. Noelle scanned them quickly. She recognized 3 from the board meeting. Chairman Russell. A woman named Patricia Okonkwo. No relation to Margaret, she told herself, just a shared surname. It had to be. Patricia Okonkwo, Noelle said aloud. Stefan's head snapped up. What about her? She is on the list. She was on the executive committee when this memo was written. She is also Margaret Okonkwo's sister-in-law. The room went still. Noelle looked at Una. Margaret Okonkwo is Evelyn's lawyer. Patricia Okonkwo was on the board when someone questioned whether Elena's death scene was compromised. Noelle saw the pieces clicking together in the silence. Evelyn did not just file a motion for Elena's medical records 2 weeks ago, Noelle said slowly. She has had access to internal Meridian documents for years. Through Patricia. Una was already typing. I need a full audit of Patricia Okonkwo's board access. Every document she has viewed, every meeting she attended, every email she sent or received involving the estate. On it, Alexandra said, her fingers flying across the keyboard. Nathaniel had not moved from the screen. He stood with his back to the room, his shoulders rigid. The attending physician raised a question, he repeated. I never knew that. Because the memo was buried, Chapter 59. The building smelled like rosemary and garlic before she reached the second floor. Noelle stopped on the landing, letting the scent wash over her. Sunday dinner. The first one since everything cracked open. Mrs. Kowalski had organized it, knocking on every door that morning with a printed sign-up sheet and a look that dared anyone to say no. When Noelle opened her apartment door at 5, the hallway was already filling. Mr. Tran from 3B carried a casserole dish. The young couple from 4A brought store-bought cookies and apologetic smiles. Someone had set up folding tables in the communal lounge, covered them with paper tablecloths printed with cartoon turkeys, and placed a vase of grocery store daisies in the center. Mrs. Kowalski caught her eye from across the room and gave a single sharp nod. "We are doing this." That nod said, "For the child." Maisie slipped past Noelle before she could reach for her hand, drawn by the promise of normal noise and other children. Nathaniel followed 2 steps behind, moving like a man still wired from 48 hours of war room. He had showered and changed into a soft gray sweater, something ordinary, something Nate, but his eyes had not softened. They tracked the room, the exits, the windows facing the street. Noelle touched his wrist. "You can breathe here." "I am trying." "That is a start." Mrs. Kowalski appeared with a serving spoon and pointed it at Nathaniel's chest. "You are carving the chicken. I do not trust a man who has not held a knife in 6 years to do anything useful with his hands." Nathaniel blinked. Then something cracked across his face. A smile. Thin and surprised, but real. "Yes, ma'am." He followed her to the buffet table, and Noelle watched the room adjust around him. The neighbors who had spent a week exchanging whispers and screenshots found their feet moving toward ordinary questions. Mr. Tran asked about the building's boiler. The 4A couple wanted to know if he had seen the new Marvel movie. Someone's toddler tugged his pant leg and demanded to be lifted to reach the carrot sticks. He did it. He lifted the child, held him steady, helped him pick 5 carrot sticks and a single olive, then set him down gently. Noelle's throat closed. Deja appeared at her elbow with a paper plate and a look. "Your man is currently explaining the correct way to carve a bird to a retired lunch lady. This is either the most normal thing I have ever seen or the most impressive performance." "It is not a performance." "You sure?" Noelle watched Nathaniel's hands. They were sure and steady on the carving knife. He was laughing at something Mrs. Kowalski said. His shoulders had dropped half an inch from where they had been in the war room. "I am sure." Deja followed her gaze and was quiet for a long moment. "Okay then." They ate at the folding tables, paper plates, plastic forks. A toddler spilled apple juice across the tablecloth, and Maisie helped mop it up without being asked. And someone's grandmother told a long story about her own childhood Sunday dinners in a voice that filled the room like warm water. The ordinary noise built. Laughter, argued about dessert, a debate about whether the building needed a new intercom system. Maisie glowed in the middle of it, her dark hair escaping its braid, her laugh high and clear. Noelle let herself hold the moment like a stone in her palm. This is what we are fighting for." Then the television above the bar switched from a muted football game to a local news teaser. The sound was low, but the crawl hit the screen first. "Breaking. New questions in Trastel death. Tonight at 6. The room went quiet. A split second of dead air, and then a photo appeared. Elena Trasco, Nathaniel's wife, smiling at some charity event in a dress Noelle had never seen, her dark hair swept over one shoulder. The program cut to a reporter standing outside the courthouse. The microphone was angled, the lighting harsh, and the caption read, "Evidence supports death scene integrity question." Noelle could not feel her fingers. Nathaniel was still standing at the buffet table, one hand on the carving knife, the other frozen mid-reach. Mrs. Kowalski moved first. She crossed the room, grabbed a spatula, and smacked the television's power button with the flat of it. The screen went black. "Television is bad for digestion," she announced. "Someone pass the green beans." The room exhaled. Conversation restarted, thinner and higher than before, but it restarted. Mr. Tran asked about the intercom again. The toddler demanded more olives. Maisie had not looked at the screen. She was building a tower of napkins and watching Noelle. "You look scared," Maisie said. "I am not scared." "You look it." Noelle pulled her close. "I am careful, there is a difference." Maisie leaned into her shoulder. "Is the bad lady going to be on TV again?" The question landed like a stone dropped into still water. "Not tonight," Noelle said. "Tonight is just dinner." Maisie considered this. Then she picked up a napkin and folded it into a lopsided bird. "Okay." Across the room, Nathaniel had not moved. He was still standing at the buffet table, his knuckles white against the carving knife. Noelle crossed to him and took the knife from his hand. "Sit down. I need to call Una." "You will call Una after you eat. Sit down." He looked at her, and she saw the calculation behind his eyes, the war room calculation that wanted to chase every lead, intercept every broadcast, fight every fire before it spread. She held his gaze until the calculation broke. He sat. Mrs. Kowalski slid a plate of chicken in front of him, and for a few minutes, the room pretended the television had never turned on. But Noelle felt it beneath her skin. The crack in the ordinary noise. The question that had not been answered. Who was afraid of the truth? And what would happen when the truth found them? Chapter 60. Noelle did not sleep. She lay beside Maisie on the pull-out couch in Nathaniel's apartment, the child's breath warm and even against her shoulder, and watched the ceiling gather shadows. The building had gone quiet an hour ago. Neighbors had drifted back to their units. Mrs. Kowalski had squeezed her arm and said nothing, and the door had clicked shut behind the last goodnight. But the news teaser was still burning inside Noelle's skull. Evidence supports death scene integrity question. She heard Nathaniel's footsteps in the kitchen, water running, a glass set down too hard. Then silence. She eased out from under Maisie's arm, crossed the dark hall, and found him standing at the counter with his phone in his hand and the screen casting blue light across his face. Nuess blushed in the gaze. The building had gone quiet an hour ago. Noelle said, "She is running intercept. The tabloid agreed to hold for 12 hours while we verify the source of the leak." He did not look up. "But the local affiliate is not bound by that agreement. They bought the photo from a freelance stringer. They own it." "They're going to air it." "The teaser already aired. The full segment runs in 20 minutes. Noelle looked at the clock on the microwave. 5:43 p.m. "Stefan is on his way," Nathaniel said. "He is bringing the raw footage from Meridian's security feeds. Una is drafting a statement." "A statement for what?" "Acknowledging that questions exist, committing to a full review, refusing to comment further until the investigation is complete." "That is not an answer." "It is the only answer we have until we know who wrote the memo and what the attending physician actually saw." Noelle moved to stand beside him. She did not touch him. She just stood there, close enough that their shoulders almost brushed, and watched the phone screen flicker with incoming messages. Stefan arrived at 5:52. He did not knock. He used a key Nathaniel must have given him, and he walked in carrying a tablet and a slim leather case that Noelle recognized as the one he used for board presentations. His tie was pulled loose. His hair was not perfect for the first time she had ever seen him. "It is worse than we thought," he said. He set the tablet on the counter and pulled up a recorded version of the teaser. The full segment had not aired yet, but the affiliate had posted a preview online, and the comments were already running. Murder. Cover-up. Trasco killed her and paid off the hospital. Noelle read 3 of them before she stopped. The attending physician gave an interview, Stefan said. Not on camera, to a reporter, off the record, but the reporter wrote it up as unnamed source close to the investigation, and the affiliate is running it as a breaking exclusive. Nathaniel's voice was flat. What did he say? That he filed a formal concern 12 days after Elena died, that he was told to drop it, that the case file was closed without his input, that he has been living with the question for 6 years and no one ever answered it. He did not say what he actually saw. He did not have to. The implication is enough. Noelle watched Nathaniel's hands. They were still. Too still. The stillness of a man holding himself together by force of will. Who told him to drop it? She said. Stefan looked at her. He would not name names, but the timeline matches the executive committee memo. Someone on that committee had enough authority to shut down a death scene inquiry and bury the record. Patricia Okonkwo. Or someone senior to her. We do not know who wrote the memo. We only know we received it. The clock on the microwave hit 5:55. Una called. Nathaniel put her on speaker. I have the affiliate's legal team on hold, Una said. They are running the segment regardless. Their argument is public interest, and the fact that the attendant physician's concern was never formally investigated, which makes it a legitimate news story. Can we get an injunction? Stefan said. Not before air, and not without knowing what the physician actually claims. If he says he saw something that contradicted the official cause of death, an injunction looks like suppression. Then we let it air, Nathaniel said. Silence. We let it air, he repeated. And we respond immediately with a statement that we are launching an independent investigation into the attending physician's concern, that we welcome scrutiny, and that we are committed to full transparency. That will spike the stock, Stefan said. The stock is already going to spike. The only question is whether we control the narrative or let the narrative control us. Noelle watched him. He was not frozen now. He was moving, calculating, building a frame around the fire before the fire consumed everything. She loved him for it. She also recognized the cost. When does the statement go out? She said. The moment the segment ends. I will record it myself. You are going on camera. I am going to look at the camera and tell the truth. That is the only play left. Noelle reached for his hand. He let her take it. At 6 the segment aired. They watched it together in the kitchen, the 3 of them standing around the tablet as the reporter's voice filled the small room. The footage was restrained. No dramatic music, no jump cuts. Just a woman standing outside the courthouse, reading from a teleprompter, while Elena's photo sat in the corner of the frame. The attending physician, who spoke on condition of anonymity, told Channel 9 that he filed a formal concern regarding the integrity of the death scene 12 days after Elena Trasco died. The concern was not investigated. The case was closed. He has been waiting 6 years for someone to ask the question he raised that night. The statement cut to a freeze frame of the hospital entrance, then back to the reporter. When reached for comment, Meridian Freight declined to answer specific questions about the death scene inquiry. A spokesperson said the company is aware of the report and will respond in due course. Noelle Halsey, the nurse at the center of Nathaniel Trasco's custody battle and the ongoing Hartwell Health pediatric review, could not be reached for comment. Noelle's name. On a news segment about a death scene integrity question. She felt the air leave the room. Stefan was already on his phone. The shares have dropped 4% in the last 90 seconds. That is going to accelerate. Nathaniel was not looking at the tablet. He was looking at Noelle. "I am sorry," he said. "Do not apologize to me. Record your statement." He nodded. He picked up his phone and walked into the bedroom, and Noelle heard him take a breath before the recording started. She stood in the kitchen with Stefan and watched the stock ticker on his screen bleed red. "We are going to need a statement from you, too," Stefan said. "I know. The press is going to ask if you knew about the death scene question. If Nathaniel told you. If you were part of the cover-up." "I was not." "I know that. But the question will be asked, and the answer will be your face on every screen in the city." Noelle closed her eyes. Then the doorbell rang. Noelle's eyes snapped open. Stefan moved toward the intercom, but Noelle got there first. "Yes?" A woman's voice, professional, measured. "This is Margaret Okonkwo. I have a note for Nathaniel Trasco's. It is urgent and it concerns Maisie." Noelle looked at Stefan. He shook his head once. "Do not open the door." But Noelle was already pressing the buzzer. Chapter 61. Margaret Okonkwo stepped through the door with the measured composure of a woman who had been invited, not granted permission. She wore gray, a professional cut, hair pulled back tight enough to smooth every crease from her face. She held a cream envelope in both hands, presenting it like an offering. Noelle stood her ground in the narrow entry. Stefan moved to her shoulder. Nathaniel appeared from the bedroom hallway, phone still in his hand, recording paused. "That was fast," Noelle said. "The segment has been off for 90 seconds. I was in the building before it aired." Margaret did not apologize for the timing. "I knew you would not answer a call." "So you waited outside?" "I waited in the lobby. Mrs. Kowalski let me in. She does not like me, but she respects a formal request." Noelle felt the weight of that. The building knew. The building was watching. The building had already decided who belonged and who did not. "The note," Noelle said. Margaret held out the envelope. "It is from Evelyn Trasco, a personal statement addressed to Nathaniel. She asked me to deliver it by hand before any official response to tonight's broadcast." Nathaniel did not move to take it. "What does it say?" he said. "I have not read it. I am a courier, not a co-author." Noelle reached for the envelope. Margaret let her take it. The paper was heavy, cream stock, the kind of paper that cost more per sheet than a grocery run. Noelle turned it over. Nathaniel's name was written across the front in a precise, elegant hand. She did not open it. "You could have sent this through Una," Noelle said. "You could have emailed it. You came in person because you wanted to see the room." Margaret's mouth tightened slightly, the only crack in her armor. "I came in person because this is not a document that should be delivered through intermediaries. Evelyn is offering a private conversation before the public narrative hardens. She wants a meeting. No lawyers, no recording, just the three of you." "Three," Nathaniel said. "You count Maisie." "I count Maisie because Evelyn counts Maisie. That is the point." Noelle looked at Stefan. His face had gone still in a way she was learning to read. He did not trust this. He did not trust the timing, the delivery, or the absence of legal scaffolding. She agreed with him. But she also knew that refusing a direct offer from Evelyn Trasco, delivered by hand on the night a dead scene integrity question went viral, looked like fear, and fear looked like guilt. "We will read it," Noelle said. "We will respond in the morning." Margaret nodded. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. "One more thing. Evelyn does not know I am here. She asked me to send the note through a messenger service. I chose to deliver it myself because I wanted you to see my face when I told you she does not know I came." Noelle felt the temperature in the room shift. "Why?" Nathaniel said. Because I am tired of watching this family destroy itself through intermediaries and assumptions and legal warfare that could have been a single honest conversation 6 years ago. Margaret opened the door. I will let myself out. The door clicked shut. Noelle stood in the entry, holding the envelope. The weight of it felt wrong. Too light for a confession, too heavy for a casual request. She handed it to Nathaniel. He opened it, read it. His face did not change, but his hand tightened on the paper. She wants to meet tomorrow, before Maisie's supervised visit. She says she has information about Elena's state of mind that she did not share in court because she wanted to give me a chance to hear it privately first. That is a trap, Stefan said. It is definitely a trap, Noelle agreed. But traps can be walked through if you know the floor plan. Nathaniel looked at her. You think I should go? I think you should not go alone. And I think we should read whatever she attaches to that meeting before we decide what it means. He folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Then he looked at her with something raw in his expression. Something that was not calculation and was not fear. Something closer to surrender. I want you in every meeting from here forward, he said. Every call, every strategy session, every time someone hands me an envelope in the dark. If we are doing this together, I need you in the room. Noelle felt the words land like a hand on her chest. Good, she said, because I was going to insist. Stefan cleared his throat. Before we plan tomorrow, I need to tell you something I found while you were recording your statement. He pulled out his phone, turned it toward them. The active payment authorization from the surveillance account, the one that cleared through Luxembourg. I traced the approval chain back past the dead man's credentials. He swiped to a second screen. The administrative override was not just entered by someone using Turanth logins. It was approved by a current board member who has been quietly authorizing payments to the intelligence firm for 4 years. A board member who sits on the executive committee and who has social ties to Evelyn Trasco's husband. Noelle's blood went cold. Who? Stefan turned the phone to show the name. Noelle read it, felt the floor drop beneath her. The name was not Patricia Okonkwo. It was someone else. Someone she had seen at the hospital acquisition announcement. Someone who had shaken her hand. Someone who had smiled at her and said she was doing good work. Nathaniel let out a breath that sounded like something breaking. 4 years? He said. 4 years of approving payments to a surveillance firm that was supposed to be dead, using a dead man's credentials, while sitting on my board and smiling at my daughter. That is one piece of the frame, Stefan said. The other piece is that this board member is also an officer in the holding company that owns 3% of the consortium's lead investment vehicle. They are not just Evelyn's social connection. They are inside the consortium's financial structure. Noelle looked at the name again. Then she looked at Nathaniel. Who shuts down the inquiry? She said. Nathaniel's jaw set. We do not shut it down. We open it wider. He walked to the table and picked up his phone. The recording was still paused. Una, he said into the phone, I need the statement rewritten. We are going to name the board member. We are going to name the holding company. And we are going to call for a full forensic audit of every corporate authorization made during my absence. Noelle heard the shift in his voice, the cold that had been building since the memo surfaced. He was done hiding. The question was whether the truth would save them or bury them both. Chapter 62. The neutral facility sat at the end of a quiet street in Evanston, all soft gray carpet and framed prints that meant nothing. Noelle sat in the waiting area with her hands flat on her thighs, watching the clock above the reception desk. Nathaniel stood by the window. He had not sat down since they arrived. Maisie had walked into the visitation room with the court-appointed supervisor 17 minutes ago. She had not looked back. The door was closed, the window was frosted, there was nothing to see and everything to imagine. "You should sit," Noelle said. "I cannot." "I know. You should still try." He turned from the window. His face was pale, his jaw tight, his hands shoved into his pockets like he was holding himself together by force. "I told her she did not have to do this," he said. "I told her we could fight it. And she said she would rather get it over with." "Yes, that is who she is," Noelle said. "She faces things. She gets them over with. She does not hide." Nathaniel looked at her. The words landed somewhere soft. "Like someone else I know," he said. Noelle did not answer. She kept her hands flat on her thighs and watched the frosted glass. The hours stretched. Noelle counted ceiling tiles. She counted the seconds between the receptionist's keystrokes. She watched Nathaniel check his phone, put it away, check it again. At 53 minutes, the door opened. Maisie came out first. Her face was composed in a way that made Noelle's chest hurt. The same stillness Nathaniel wore when he was holding something too heavy to name. The court-appointed supervisor followed, a quiet woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a neutral mouth. "She did well," the supervisor said. "My phone is just profound. Maisie of Alafakackering had no commonality plus of commandants. We may not remember these lesses that I do it." The court appointed into the forder? "The Noelle. Yes, that is who she is," Noelle said. "She faces things. She has had an hour of someone she does not know asking her questions in a soft voice." Noelle turned to him. "She just walk with my weather. The diamonds chanted just with the ismen of mendate of lip is here, which efface these low." Noelle slipped spites. "I need to make it matter." "I said I already have everything I want." She said sometimes people do not know what they want until someone shows them a better way. Noelle's hand tightened on her knee. "That was not a conversation. That was a script." Maisie nodded. "I know. I heard the words before they came out of her mouth." Noelle looked at the two pictures again. The bright, crowded apartment. The huge, empty house. "Which picture looks more like being loved?" Maisie asked. Noelle could not answer. The question was too sharp and too simple, and it cut through everything. "The first one," she finally said. "The first one every time." Maisie nodded. She put the crayon down. "That is what I told Clara." Clara found Noelle in the hallway 20 minutes later. She had brought Maisie's drawing in a folder, face up. "She showed me during pickup. She asked me the same question." "What did you say?" "The same thing you did." Clara's voice was soft. "But she is still asking, Noelle. She is asking because she is trying to figure out which version of her future the adults are going to choose for her." Noelle looked at the drawing, the bright apartment, the empty house. "She does not want the canopy bed," Noelle said. "She was still harding around. We can christen our burst little terrament for so." Noelle sput again into these drawing. It was very magreeming. She had struck to the faunal century. "He throwed myself to my nuff as the seal." Noelle cast a 90,000 sales time at the wheat. "The hardly bluff it's got blastly." The bright, crowded apartment. The huge, empty house. "Which picture looks more like being loved?" Maisie asked. Noelle could not answer. The question was too sharp and too simple, and it cut through everything. "The first one," she finally said. "The first one every time." Maisie nodded. She put the crayon down. "That is what I told Clara." Clara found Noelle in the hallway 20 minutes later. She had brought Maisie's drawing in a folder, face up. She showed me during pickup. She asked me the same question. What did you say? The same thing you did. Claire's voice was soft. But she is still asking, Noelle. She is asking because she is trying to figure out which version of her future the adults are going to choose for her. Noelle looked at the drawing. The bright apartment, the empty house. He went still. Is that? Yes. He picked up the paper. His hand was shaking. She drew this. After the visit, she asked Clara which one looked more like being loved. Nathaniel stared at the drawing. His jaw worked. I am going to burn Evelyn's world to the ground before I let her put my daughter in that empty house. Noelle watched him. The cold was back in his voice, the determination. But the drawing was still in his hands. And the question Maisie had asked was still hanging in the air. Which picture looked more like being loved? They both knew. The question was whether the law would agree. Nathaniel's phone buzzed. He glanced at it. The forensic team is at the hospital. They found something in the attending physician's sealed notes. Noelle's chest tightened. What? His face was unreadable. He documented the exact time of death. It does not match the emergency call log. The room went silent. The death scene integrity question was no longer a question. It was a discrepancy. And discrepancies meant someone was lying. Chapter 63. The car pulled into Meridian's underground garage at 11:47 p.m., and Noelle was out before Marcus killed the engine. Una met them at the elevator bank. Her face was drawn tight, the kind of exhaustion that came from running on fumes and pure determination. Third floor, war room. Dr. Ellis is already set up. They rode in silence. Noelle could feel Nathaniel beside her, coiled and silent, his hand gripping the railing hard enough to whiten his knuckles. The war room had transformed since the last time she saw it. Monitors lined the far wall, split between security feeds and document scans. A woman in a dark blazer sat at the central table, her laptop connected to a larger display. Dr. Ellis looked mid-40s, with close-cropped gray hair and reading glasses pushed onto her forehead. She did not rise when entered. I have reviewed the sealed envelope contents and the leaked summaries side by side, she said without preamble. The time of death discrepancy is real, but the direction is wrong for a cover-up. Noelle stopped. What do you mean? The attending physician's original note logged time of death at 22:17. The emergency call log timestamps the call at 22:26. That is 9 minutes, not 45. Nathaniel stepped closer to the table. Then where did the 45 minutes come from? Dr. Ellis tapped her keyboard. The display shifted, showing two documents side by side. The leaked medical summary accessed by the tabloid contains altered timestamps. The alteration stretches the 9-minute window to 45 minutes and adds falsified log entries suggesting the attending physician delayed calling emergency services. The room went still. Una spoke first. How recent are the alterations? 72 hours. Dr. Ellis pulled up a metadata panel. The original file on the hospital server is untouched. The altered version was created on a separate system and then uploaded to the leak portal. The metadata on the altered file shows a creation date of 3 days ago. Owen Credero's name appeared on Noelle's phone. She put it on speaker. I pulled the original log files from the hospital server, Owen said, his voice tight. The toxicology report timestamp on the leaked version does not match the original file creation date. It was backdated by approximately 6 hours. To make the timeline look worse? Noelle said. To make the attending physician look negligent, Owen corrected. Whoever did this wanted the gag to seem like a cover-up, not a triage confusion or a sync error. They wanted someone to look guilty. Nathaniel's voice was low. Who accessed the original files? That is the problem. Owen's hesitation was audible. The hospital system shows the attending physician's login credentials were used to view the file 12 hours before the leak, but the attending physician was off shift. He was at home. The war room heater hummed. Noelle watched Yuna's face tighten into something hard and calculated. The intelligence firm, Noelle said. Yuna nodded slowly. They had access to Stefan's infrastructure. They had the resources to spoof credentials, alter timestamps, and plant falsified records. But they framed the attending physician, Nathaniel said. Why? To discredit him before he can testify. Dr. Ellis pulled up another document. The altered records create a chain of evidence suggesting the attending physician falsified his own notes to protect himself from negligence claims. If he ever takes the stand, the defense will paint him as a dishonest actor protecting his license. Noelle stared at the screen. And the metadata trail? Where does it lead? Dr. Ellis highlighted a line of code on the display. The remote access portal that created the altered file routes through a series of anonymizing servers, but the base protocol signature matches a private contract servicer based in McLean, Virginia. The room breathed. The intelligence firm, Yuna confirmed, the one Stefan retained and claimed to terminate. Stefan Volkov entered the room without knocking. His suit was rumpled, his tie missing. He had clearly been running the same threads. The fur is active, he said. I confirmed it an hour ago. Someone inside Meridian's system has been feeding them credentials and payment authorization for years. We know, Nathaniel said. Patricia Okonkwo. And whoever is above her, Stefan added. This is not a single bad actor. This is a coordinated operation. Yuna leaned forward. If the intelligence firm altered these records on behalf of someone with access to Meridian's infrastructure, then the frame extends beyond Evelyn. She is a beneficiary, not the architect. Noelle felt the pieces click into place. The consortium, she said. Yuna nodded. The consortium has been inside Meridian's operations for years. They did not just surveil Nathaniel. They built a parallel infrastructure, altering medical records, paying dead men's credentials, leaking to the press. This is not a custody fight. This is a corporate assassination. Nathaniel's jaw worked. And Evelyn is the public face of the assassination. She is the weapon, Stefan agreed, but someone else is pulling the trigger. Dr. Ellis raised a hand. I am not finished. The room turned to her. The intelligence firm did not just alter the leaked summary, they also altered the original file on the hospital server. Noelle's stomach dropped. What? Dr. Ellis pulled up a third document. The hospital server shows an edit log from 3 days ago. Someone used a remote access portal to overwrite the attending physician's original note. The new version matches the altered timeline. Yuna went pale. They have been inside the hospital system. They are still inside the hospital system, Dr. Ellis corrected, and if they can ever write records, they can plant evidence that makes Nathaniel look like the one who ordered the alteration. The war room collapsed into silence. Noelle reached under the table and found Nathaniel's hand. His fingers were cold. She is not just framing the attending physician, he said slowly. She is building a case that I directed the cover-up from the beginning. And the private meeting she requested, Noelle added. She wants him to admit something on the record. She wants a confession. Yuna's laptop dinged. She read the screen, her face paling. Clara Bellamy just called. Evelyn filed an emergency motion for an in-camera review with Judge Chen. She is claiming new evidence of an unsafe home environment. The room went still again. She is claiming Nathaniel tampered with Elena's medical records. Noelle felt the trap close around them. She beat us to it. Chapter 64. The war room felt smaller than it had an hour ago. Yuna stood at the console, her face lit by the glow of 2 laptops, and her phone pinned between her ear and shoulder. She was negotiating against a clock that had already run out. Every few seconds she typed one-handed, response after response, while the rest of them watched her fight an invisible war. Stefan sat at the far end of the table, sleeves rolled to his elbows. His tie was off. He had not said anything for 7 minutes. Nathaniel stood by the window, facing the city. Noelle remained at the table with her hands flat on the surface. The cold coffee in front of her had gone untouched for so long it had developed a skin. Yuna hung up. Evelyn's motion has been logged. Judge Chen will review the evidence in chambers tomorrow at 2 p.m. We have 12 hours to refute a claim we only confirmed existed 30 minutes ago. What evidence did Evelyn submit? Noelle asked. An affidavit from a forensics expert claiming the edit timestamps on the hospital server trace back to a Meridian IP address. The expert's firm is registered in the same McLean building as the intelligence firm. Stefan did not flinch. He had known before she said it. Yuna continued. The press has started calling the board. 3 directors have already been contacted for comment on the tampering allegations. The quiet period is over. Which directors? Nathaniel's voice was quiet, that low, flat tone that made everyone in the room lean forward. Russell, Chen, and Patricia Okonkwo. Noelle watched the name land. Patricia Okonkwo, the board member who viewed the attending physician's file 3 times. The sister-in-law of Evelyn's lawyer. The woman who sat at the table when the hospital acquisition was announced. The woman who had shaken Noelle's hand and told her she did important work. She is not going to defend me, Nathaniel said. She is already not defending you, Stefan replied. She is the one who leaked the story to the board. Yuna turned to face them fully. There is a call for an extraordinary board meeting. Russell is organizing it. They want to vote on leadership by the end of the week. Stefan stood. If you release the full evidence of the intelligence firm's alteration now, you hand them the narrative. They will say you fabricated the counter-evidence to hide your own tampering. The consortium will buy the dip, and by the time the truth is sorted out in court, you will have lost control of the company. So I do nothing, Nathaniel said. You do it legally. File the evidence under seal. Let Yuna fight the procedural battle while you contain the public story. Contain it how? Deny the tampering. Blame the leak on a rogue administrator. Give them enough to walk back the worst of it without confirming the conspiracy exists. Noelle watched the argument spiral. It made sense. Stefan's approach was clean, surgical, survivable. But it was the same approach that had kept Nathaniel hidden for 6 years. The same approach that had buried the death scene integrity memo. The same approach that had turned Noelle into a secret. No, she said. Both men turned to her. Noelle stood. If you deny it, you lose. They will just leak the next piece of evidence, the next document, the next lie. You will be on defense forever, and Maisie will grow up watching you explain away things you never did. Stefan shook his head. Emotional strategy is not a good strategy. It is the only one that works against people who have already decided you are guilty. Noelle held Nathaniel's gaze. You tell the truth, all of it, before they can frame it as a confession. Nathaniel's throat moved. She is right, he said. Stefan closed his eyes. If we do this, I cannot guarantee the stock holds. I do not care about the stock. You should. If Meridian collapses, the consortium wins without a fight. Then we make sure Meridian survives the truth. Noelle crossed to where Nathaniel stood. She did not take his hand. She stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder, close enough to feel the heat coming off his body. He looked down at her. You are sure? I am not hiding anymore. she said. And neither are you. Nathaniel turned to Una. Prepare the full release. The evidence of the intelligence firm's alteration. The dead man's credentials. The payment trail. The attending physician's original time of death. Una hesitated. Once this goes out, there is no putting it back. I know. She nodded and began typing. Noelle felt the shift in the room. The decision had been made. The machine was moving. Whatever came next, they would face it standing upright. Her phone buzzed. She ignored it. It buzzed again. She pulled it from her pocket. A text from Owen. Hartwell is moving. External review board. They want your badge by end of day. The room went metallic. The words did not make sense. A second message came through. I am sorry. I tried to slow it down. They did not give me a choice. Noelle stared at the screen. The war room sounds faded into a hum. She felt Nathaniel's eyes on her. Noelle. She looked up. What is it? The phone felt heavy in her hand, like lead, like the badge she had earned over 12 years of night shifts and cold coffee and children she had held while they cried from mothers who were not there. Hartwell suspended me, she said. The room went completely still. Una stopped typing. Stefan let out a slow breath. Nathaniel's face hardened into something she had never seen before. Not anger, not shock, something colder and more focused. Effective when? As of now, pending external review. She did not tell them the rest, that the recommendation was termination, that Hartwell wanted her gone before she became a larger liability. But Nathaniel knew. He stepped toward her and took the phone from her hand. He set it on the table. Then he picked up the war room landline and dialed a number from memory. Who are you calling? Una asked. Thomas Hartwell's direct line. Stefan started to speak, but Nathaniel raised a hand. The line connected. This is Nathaniel Trasco. You are about to suspend the wrong person. I have evidence that your board member James Rutledge collaborated with my sister-in-law to file a falsified complaint against Noelle Halsey. If you move forward with this suspension, I will release that evidence to the press before your external board finishes its first meeting. He listened. The room watched. No. You will hold the suspension pending full review. You will place James Rutledge on leave pending investigation, and you will issue a statement confirming that Noelle Halsey is cooperating fully with all internal inquiries. You have 30 minutes to confirm. He hung up. Noelle could not breathe. Nathaniel looked at her. They will call back. They will agree. How do you know? Because Hartwell does not want a war with a man who has nothing left to lose. The buzzer on the security panel sounded. Everyone turned. Una checked the display. It is Russell. He is here. With 3 board members. Stefan swore under his breath. Nathaniel did not move. Let him in. Noelle looked at the phone on the table. The screen had gone dark, but she knew the message was still there. External review board. They want your badge by end of day. The war was not over. It was just beginning. Chapter 65. The automatic doors opened and Noelle stepped into a lobby that went quiet. 3 nurses at the front desk stopped mid-sentence. A respiratory therapist carrying a chart froze. The parents waiting near the vending machines turned to look at her, not understanding what they were seeing, only that something had shifted in the air. Noelle kept walking. The elevator doors slid open, and she stepped inside, pressing the button for the 3rd floor before she could think about whether she was ready. The doors closed. The fluorescent light buzzed. She watched her reflection in the polished steel and saw a woman who had walked into this building every night for 12 years and now did not know if she would ever walk out again with her badge still clipped to her collar. The elevator stopped. She stepped into the unit hallway. The charge nurse, a woman named Rochelle, who had worked the overnight for 19 years and never raised her voice above a murmur, was standing outside the nursing station with her arms crossed. She saw Noelle and did not say hello. Instead, she held up a piece of paper. "They sent this at shift change," Rochelle said. "Told me to post it on the board." Noelle took the paper. It was a memo. Hartwell Health letterhead. 2 paragraphs announcing that Noelle Halsey had been placed on administrative leave pending external review, effective immediately, and that all staff should direct any inquiries to human resources. Noelle read it twice. "The shift change," she said. "That means the day staff saw it first." They saw it. Rochelle's jaw tightened. Some of them asked questions. The administrator on duty told them it was a personnel matter and they should not discuss it with patients. Did they? The night shift is not the day shift. Rochelle took the paper back. "We do not discuss personnel matters with patients, but we do talk to each other." She stepped aside. Behind her, the unit had gathered. 6 nurses in scrub tops, 2 nursing assistants still holding coffee cups, a phlebotomist who had no reason to be on the floor. They stood in a loose circle near the medication room door, and every single one of them was watching her. Noelle's throat closed. Rochelle spoke without turning. "They won her badge, by the way. Someone is supposed to come collect it before end of shift." The shortest nurse, a woman named Tessa, who had been on the unit for barely a year, stepped forward. "Then someone can come collect mine, too." "Tessa," Rochelle's voice was quiet. "Do not." "I am serious. If they are suspending her for being in the news, they should suspend half the city. She had done more for this unit than the entire Hartwell administration combined." "I know. Then why are we just standing here?" Rochelle did not answer. Noelle looked at the paper in her hand. The words had not changed. Administrative leave, external review, effective immediately. She had known it was coming. Owen had warned her. Nathaniel had called Hartwell and threatened to expose Rutledge. The call had bought her 30 minutes, maybe an hour, but the machine was already in motion. The memo had been drafted before Nathaniel ever picked up the phone. "They are not doing this because of the news," Noelle said. The unit went still. She looked up. "They are doing this because I became a problem. I fought the ward closure. I stood with Nathaniel Trasco. I made Hartwell look like they were cutting care for profit, and they cannot afford to let that narrative stand." Rochelle studied her. "So it is retaliation." "It is containment. They want me gone before I can testify or speak publicly. They want me to disappear quietly, so the external review finds nothing, and everyone forgets I ever worked here." "Will you?" Noelle met her eyes. "No." The sound of footsteps in the stairwell. Everyone turned. Daisha Nadu came through the fire door at a near run, still wearing her street clothes, her glasses askew, and her phone pressed to her ear. She ended the call without saying goodbye and shoved the phone into her pocket. "It is happening." "We know," Rochelle said. "No, it is happening now. Hartwell just sent a system-wide email to all department heads confirming Noelle's suspension and reminding staff that discussing the case with media is a violation of policy." Deja's voice was sharp. "They are trying to control the narrative before it goes anywhere." Noelle felt the weight of the memo in her hand. "It already went somewhere." Deja looked at her. "What do you mean?" "Nathaniel called Hartwell. Threatened to release evidence that James Rutledge collaborated with Evelyn to file a falsified complaint against me." Deja's eyebrows lifted. "Did it work?" "He bought us 30 minutes, but the suspension went through anyway. Hartwell let it go through before he could stop it." The unit murmured. Deja pulled her phone out again, thumb moving across the screen. "Then we do not let them control what happens next. I am calling the union rep. I am calling the local news. I am calling every parent who signed the petition to save the night ward and telling them exactly why Noelle Halsey is being suspended. Deja Ager. Rochelle's voice cut through. Think about what you are saying. I am saying we fight. If you fight publicly, Hartwell will use it against us. They will say the union is interfering with internal discipline. They will say we cannot be trusted to manage the ward. They will use it as justification to accelerate the closure. Deja stopped. Rochelle took a step forward. I am not saying we do nothing. I am saying we have to be smart. The ward is not safe yet. The provisional protections are fragile. If Hartwell decides we are a liability, they will shut us down before the external review ever finishes. Tessa spoke up again. So, we just let her take the fall? No. Nichelle's voice was soft. We do not let her take the fall. But we also do not hand them the weapon they want. Noelle looked at the memo. Administrative leave, external review, effective immediately. She had sent that I was conversating. She said, not where your podcast again is your? Which is the any? Pericles we are valented being clicked. He shows the Connor as any character was listening to her, mispensably enjoying all his unions with the Cheeber Hesister. He shows this everyone, so you're long to do somewhere like it. Instead if they look on your heart, even if it is despying, we can just over smoke, truly. Chapter 66. The elevator doors opened onto the war room floor. Noelle stepped out with the phone still in her hand, the text burning against her palm. She had read it 4 times in the descent. The words matched the voicemail. Same threat, same voice, same person who had been inside her apartment, still watching. Nathaniel stood at the far end of the conference table, sleeves rolled, tie loosened, phone pressed to his ear. Stefan leaned against the window with his arms crossed. Una sat at the table with a laptop, fingers moving across the keyboard without looking up. They all turned when she entered. Nathaniel covered the phone. What happened? Hartwell sent a system-wide email confirming my suspension. I left my badge with Rochelle. She did not tell him about the text, not yet. There was already too much noise in the room, too many pieces moving, and she needed to know what they were facing before she added another fire. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. He said something into the phone, short and clipped, then ended the call and set the phone down. That was Gerald. The statement is drafted. It needs final approval before we release it. Let me see it. Una turned the laptop toward her. Noelle read. The statement was clean, professionally written. It acknowledged Nathaniel's years in hiding, took responsibility for the hospital acquisition optics, and committed to an independent investigation into Elena's death. It mentioned Noelle once, in a single sentence, as a private individual whose relationship with him had been unfairly dragged into public scrutiny. She looked up. This makes me collateral damage. That is the point. Stefan's voice was flat. You are collateral. The less connected you are to the statement, the harder it is for Hartwell to use it against you. Hartwell already suspended me. They do not need more ammunition. They already fired. Then why are you arguing? Because this reads like I am being protected, not like I am standing beside him. She looked at Nathaniel. If we release a statement that treats me like an innocent bystander, everyone who already doubts me will see it as damage control. They will think you are hiding something else. Nathaniel was quiet. Stefan pushed off the window. What do you want it to say? That I knew. That I chose to stay. That the suspension is retaliation for fighting the ward closure and standing with someone who told the truth, not for being used as a prop. Una looked at her. That will make you a target. I am already a target. I have been a target since the moment someone posted my address online. The only difference is whether I stand here pretending I did not know what I was walking into." The room was silent. Nathaniel picked up the phone. "Call Gerald back." Stefan's eyes narrowed. "Nathaniel?" She is right. The statement as written protects her from the wrong thing. It protects her from the appearance of impropriety, but it does not protect her from the people who are already coming for her. He looked at Noelle. "If we name the coordinated attacks, the suspension reads as what it is: retaliation, not discovery." Stefan shook his head. "If you name the attacks, you name Rutledge and Evelyn in the same breath. That means you are declaring war in public before you have a beachhead." "Then we build the beachhead." Noelle watched them argue, the language sharpening, the tension rising, and she realized she was no longer waiting for someone else to decide. She pulled out her phone and opened a blank note. "Una, what is the exact language Hartwell used in the system-wide email?" "Administrative leave pending external review. Termination recommended." "And the reason cited?" "Media exposure and association with a high-profile custody case." Noelle typed. She wrote 3 sentences. Simple, direct. A statement that said she had worked in pediatric care for 12 years, that her suspension came hours after she helped expose a pattern of corporate attacks against her unit, and that she would return when the truth was settled, not before. She turned the phone toward Nathaniel. He read it, then he looked at her. "That is not a defense." "It is not supposed to be. It is a declaration. If I say anything more, they will pick it apart. This says I am not running, and it leaves them nothing to frame." He held her eyes for a long moment, then nodded. "Send it." Una's phone buzzed. She looked down. Her face shifted. "There is a problem." Noelle felt the temperature in the room drop. The consortium just filed a request with the Meridian board. They are calling for a special vote, binding resolution. They want to use the scandal as evidence of failed governance. Una's voice was level, clinical. "They are arguing that Nathaniel's leadership creates an unacceptable legal risk to shareholders and that an interim director should be appointed until the independent investigation concludes." Stefan swore softly. "That is not a vote," he said. "That is a takeover play." "When?" Nathaniel's voice was flat. 72 hours. Una set the phone down. "The board will hear the motion, and Russell will chair the meeting. If it passes, Nathaniel is stripped of operational authority until the investigation clears him." Noelle looked at the statement on her phone. 3 sentences. 72 hours. She did not know if the text in her hand was enough to hold any of it together, but she knew one thing. She was not walking away, and neither was he. Jill asked. Chamber is genuinely the war room held for exactly 3 seconds after Una set her phone down. Then Stefan moved. He crossed to the conference table and pulled a chair out, the scrape of legs against floor loud in the quiet. He sat, folded his hands, and looked at Nathaniel. 72 hours. I heard her. Then you know what this means. Stefan's voice was flat. Russell did not come to negotiate. He came to deliver terms. We have until that meeting to build a wall he cannot climb. Noelle watched the shift happen. Stefan was no longer arguing about the statement. He was already 3 steps ahead, calculating votes, mapping alliances, running the math on a board he knew better than anyone in the room. "Who do we have?" she asked. Stefan turned to her. The surprise in his eyes lasted only a beat before he answered. 4 solid. Maybe 5 if Chen still owes me from the Pacific port dispute. Russell controls 6. The remaining 5 are uncommitted and will vote with whoever looks like they will win. That is not a wall, Una said quietly. That is a fence. Then we make it look like concrete. Noelle felt the shape of it forming in her chest. The statement on her phone was one move, but there were others. There had to be. She looked at Nathaniel. He was standing very still at the end of the table, both hands flat on the wood, head down. She had seen him do this before. He was not shutting down. He was mapping the same math Stefan was mapping, only through different senses. Nathaniel, he raised his head. What do you need from me? The question landed differently than she expected. She had meant it as a tactical offer, but when he looked at her, something in his eyes shifted, and she understood he heard it as something else entirely. Your name on every piece of paper that comes out of this room, he said. Your face beside mine when the board convenes. And the truth, the whole truth, even when it makes me look worse before it makes me look better. She did not hesitate. You have all three. Stefan watched the exchange with an expression she could not read. Then he pulled out his phone. I will call Chen. He will not commit over the phone, but I will know whether Russell already got to him. Do it. Nathaniel straightened. Yuna, I need a timeline on the disclosure package. Every document, every authentication log, every metadata stamp. If Russell forces a vote before the evidence lands, we lose on procedure. 48 hours minimum, Yuna said. Ellis is still running chain of custody verification on the hospital server breach. If we release without that, the consortium will argue we fabricated the timestamps ourselves. Then we give them what we have at 48 and lead with the attending physician's original time of death. That is a risk. Everything is a risk. Nathaniel's voice was quiet. The only question is which one we choose. The room moved into motion after that. Stefan stepped into the corner with his phone pressed to his ear, voice low and rapid. Yuna opened her laptop and began drafting the timeline, fingers moving without pause. Noelle stood at the edge of it, watching the machinery of survival grind into gear. She had been in war rooms before. Hospital code blues, mass casualty drills. The same sharp focus and narrowed attention, the same way the body forgot it was tired when the stakes were high enough. But she had never been inside a war like this one. The door opened. Chairman Russell stepped through first. The three board members behind him arranged themselves in a loose semicircle, and the room's temperature dropped another degree. Russell was silver-haired and erect, the kind of older man who had spent decades learning to make his presence fill a room without raising his voice. He was not carrying a folder or a briefcase. He was carrying nothing, which meant the authority he brought was entirely his own. Nathaniel. Russell. The two men looked at each other across the length of the table. I expected you to come with counsel. Nathaniel said, I came with the people who will decide your future at this company. Counsel is for conversations where precedent matters. This is not that kind of conversation. Then what kind is it? Russell did not answer immediately. He looked at Noelle, then at Stefan, then at Yuna, his gaze moving over each of them with the unhurried assessment of a man who had already made up his mind. The kind for I tell you that the consortium's motion will pass unless you give me something I can use to stop it. I am giving you the truth. The truth does not matter in a board vote. What matters is perception. Right now, the perception is that you returned from hiding, triggered a media firestorm, put a nurse on suspension, and dragged a dead woman's medical records into the tabloids. That is not a comeback. That is a catastrophe. Then why are you here instead of letting the vote happen? Russell's expression flickered. It was small, barely a tightening around his eyes, but Noelle caught it. Because I have known you since you were 27 years old and stupid enough to build a shipping company on a handshake and a second mortgage, Russell said. I do not believe you are capable of what they are accusing you of. But I also do not believe you can survive this unless you give me a weapon to use in there. Nathaniel was quiet for a long moment. Then he looked at Yuna. Show him. Yuna did not hesitate. She turned her laptop toward Russell, rotated it so he could see the screen, and began to speak. The attending physician's original time of death note logged 22:17. The emergency call was placed at 22:26. That is a 9-minute gap, consistent with normal emergency response under shock and stress. The leaked version the tabloid published shows a 45-minute gap with falsified log entries inserted between the times. Russell leaned forward, reading. The file was altered 72 hours ago on a separate system, then uploaded to a leak portal. Una continued. The metadata rats through a private contract servicer based in McLean, Virginia. The same servicer that has been receiving payments authorized by a dead board member's credentials for the past 4 years. Russell straightened slowly. Philip Durant. Yes. The name landed like a stone in still water. Russell looked at Nathaniel. The calculation in his eyes was no longer about perception, it was about survival. Who else knows about this? The people in this room and the forensic analyst who ran the chain of custody? Not the press? Not yet. Russell was quiet. The seconds stretched long enough that Noelle could hear her own pulse. Then he nodded. I can delay the vote 48 hours. That gives you time to release the disclosure before the board convenes. If you lead with the timestamps and Durant credentials, the consortium's motion looks like what it is, an attack built on fabricated evidence. And if they still vote to strip my authority, then you take it to court and let the evidence speak for itself. But you will not have the board's protection. You will have to win on the law. Nathaniel held his gaze. That is all I ever wanted. A fair fight with the truth on the table. Russell almost smiled. Then you are in the right room. He turned toward the door, then stopped. One more thing. The consortium's motion identifies a primary beneficiary of the governance change. Someone who will assume interim authority if the vote passes. Who? Russell looked over his shoulder. Patrio Isokonomo? The name erupted. The name is out. The name is a bit. Russell pulled out his phone and walked into the hall without another word. Noelle stood beside Nathaniel in the sudden quiet. His hand found hers under the edge of the table. Cold. Steady. 2 more days, he said. She squeezed his fingers. Then we make every hour count. Her phone vibrated. She pulled it out. The same unknown number. The message read, You should have walked away. Now you lose everything. And beneath it, a photo of her building, taken from the street, taken 5 minutes ago. Chapter 68. The courtroom felt smaller than it had the last time. Noelle sat in the second row behind Nathaniel, her hands flat on her thighs, palms dry. She had worn the charcoal suit she kept for funerals and depositions, the one with the jacket that did not pull across her shoulders when she raised her arm. Maisie was 2 rows behind with Clara Bellamy, drawing on a folded piece of paper, the tip of her tongue pressed against her upper lip in concentration. Judge Chen was already on the bench, black robes settled, wire-rimmed glasses catching the overhead light. She had not looked at Noelle once. Margaret Okonkwo stood at the petitioner's table, a slim folder open in front of her, her voice already moving through preliminary findings. Evelyn Trasco sat beside her in a cream silk blouse, her dark hair swept back, her composure absolute. She did not turn around when Noelle entered. Noelle had expected anger. She had prepared for contempt. What she had not prepared for was the way Evelyn looked through her, as if Noelle were a piece of furniture that had been moved into the wrong room. Gerald Archer rose for Nathaniel's side. His tie was the color of dried blood. He adjusted his cuffs and addressed the bench. Your Honor, at this time the respondent calls Noelle Halsey as a factual witness. Noelle stood. She walked to the witness stand with the same stride she used for Code Blues, measured and deliberate. She raised her right hand, swore to tell the truth, and sat down on the hard wooden chair. The microphone picked up the scrape of metal against the floor. Gerdo began with the soft ones. Her name, her profession, how long she had lived in the building. 6 years, she said. Her voice was steady. She had been a nurse for 12 years. She knew how to deliver facts without decoration. And during those 6 years, how would you describe your relationship with the respondent, Nathaniel Trasco? Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was watching her with the same stillness he wore at the dinner table, at the hospital, in the war room. Present. Waiting. He is my closest friend, she said, and we are building something more. But the foundation was friendship, and it still is. Gerald nodded. He guided her through the texture of it. The Sunday dinners, the school pickup rotation, the emergency contact forms Maisie had filled out in crayon, listing Noelle's phone number beside her father's. Did you ever receive a call from Maisie Trasco in the middle of the night? Yes. How many times? Noelle thought. More than I can count. Sometimes she had a nightmare and needed someone to sit with her until she fell back asleep. Sometimes Nathaniel was working late and she wanted to check in. Once she had a fever and he was stuck in traffic, so I went over and gave her Tylenol and read her a book until the fever broke. And in those moments, did you consider yourself to be acting as a babysitter? A neighbor providing a favor? No. What were you doing? Noelle looked down at her hands. The crescent scar on her palm was pale against the fluorescent light. I was being her person, she said. The one she trusts to show up. The courtroom went quiet. Even Margaret Okonkwo stopped writing. Gerald let the silence hold for 3 full seconds before he moved to the next question. When you learned that Maisie's father was Nathaniel Trasco, not Nate, did that change your relationship with her? No. Not at all? Noelle shook her head. Maisie is not her father's bank account. She is a 7-year-old girl who loves dinosaurs and draws pictures of everyone she trusts and sleeps with a stuffed rabbit that has one ear held on by a safety pin. His money never changed that. It was never part of what she needed from me. Gerald paused. He looked at the bench. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness. Judge Chen looked at Margaret Okonkwo. Cross-examination, counselor? Margaret rose. She did not approach the witness stand. She stood at her table, one hand resting on the folder, her expression unreadable. Miss Halsey, you said you have been Maisie's person for 6 years. Is that correct? Yes. And during those 6 years, did Nathaniel Trasco ever tell you who he really was? The question landed like a stone in still water. Noelle felt the weight of every answer she could give. The honest one, the protective one, the one that would make Margaret look unreasonable for asking. She chose the honest one. No, she said, he did not tell me. And when you discovered the truth, how did you react? Noelle did not look at Nathaniel. She did not look at Maisie. I was angry, she said. I felt betrayed. I questioned everything I thought I knew about him. And yet you are here today, testifying on his behalf. Yes. Margaret tilted her head. The gesture was small, almost sympathetic. Why? Noelle let the question sit. Because I also knew that his secrecy came from fear, not malice. Because he has spent every day since the truth came out trying to earn back what he broke. And because Maisie deserves adults who will fight for her instead of walking away when things get hard. Margaret nodded slowly. She picked up the folder, opened it, and pulled out a single sheet of paper. Miss Halsey, are you aware that Nathaniel Trasco's legal team has yet to disclose the full extent of the intelligence firm's activities inside his company? Yes. And are you aware that his custody of Maisie could be challenged again if the consortium succeeds in stripping his authority? Yes. And knowing all of that, knowing that the media will continue to circle, that your nursing license is suspended, that you have received threats from parties unknown, you still choose to stand beside him? The question hung in the air. Noelle looked at Margaret. Then she looked at Evelyn, whose composure had not cracked. Then she looked at Nathaniel. Yes, she said. Margaret placed the paper back in the folder. No further questions, Your Honor. Judge Chen nodded. The witness may step down. Noelle rose from the stand. She walked back to her seat, her legs steady, her pulse loud in her throat. She sat down beside Nathaniel. His hand found hers under the edge of the table, cold and solid. One more day, he said. She squeezed his fingers. Then we make every hour count. Her phone buzzed against her thigh. She did not pull it out. She only knew when it would say. Chapter 69. They left the courthouse through the side entrance. Marcus already idling the sedan at the curb with the engine running and the back door open. Noelle slid in first. Nathaniel followed, his shoulder pressed against hers in the narrow space. Maisie climbed in after, sandwiched between Clara and the opposite door, her drawing pad balanced on her knees. Nobody spoke until they were 3 blocks clear of the courthouse and the cameras. Clara broke first. That went better than I expected. Margaret Okonkwo pulled her punches. Noelle said, She could have got after me harder. She was measuring you. Nathaniel's voice was flat, testing whether you'd crack under pressure. I didn't. No, you didn't. The sedan turned onto the side street that led to their building. Mrs. Kowalski was sweeping the front steps, her broom moving in deliberate arcs, her eyes scanning every passing car. Marcus pulled to the curb. He did not kill the engine. I'll circle, he said. Text when you want the next pickup. Noelle climbed out. The air was cold and wet, the kind of Chicago afternoon that settled into your bones and stayed. They walked up the stairs in single file. Mrs. Kowalski caught Noelle's arm at the top step. Those men in the sedan from this morning? Noelle stopped. What sedan? Dark one, parked across from the bodega. 2 of them, just watching. Mrs. Kowalski's grip tightened. They left when you pulled up, but they'll be back. Noelle nodded. She did not look at Nathaniel. Inside the apartment, Maisie dropped her drawing pad on the couch and disappeared toward Clara's room without a word. The door clicked shut. A moment later, the low murmur of cartoon voices drifted through the wall. Noelle stood in the center of the living room, her coat still on, her hands cold. Nathaniel watched her from the kitchen threshold. What did the text say? She pulled out her phone. The message from the unknown number was still there, the photograph of her building still loaded beneath it. She did not need to read it again. The same thing it always says. That I should have walked away. She put the phone face down on the counter. That I'm going to lose everything. He crossed the room. He did not touch her, but he stopped close enough that she could feel the heat coming off him. Everything is already defined, he said. By you, by Maisie, by what we've built, not by whoever is sending those messages. She looked up at him. Then why do I feel like I'm still waiting for the other shoe to drop? He did not answer right away. His jaw worked, his eyes scanning her face like he was searching for the right words in a language he had not fully learned. Because I have not given you a reason to stop waiting. She shook her head. That's not what I need from you. Then tell me what you need. The words landed between them, raw and open. He was not deflecting. He was not apologizing. He was asking, the way she had asked him to. Noelle pulled in a breath. I need to stop feeling like this is provisional, she said. Like every day we get is borrowed from whatever disaster is coming next. I need to know that if I am already living as family, then we are going to build a life that reflects that, not just keep improvising until something breaks. His expression shifted. Something cracked behind his eyes. You want permanence. I want to stop pretending I don't. He reached for her hand. His fingers were cold, his palm rough. Then we bill it, he said. Today, tomorrow, every day after, whatever shape you want, whatever shape Maisie needs. I will spend the rest of my life making sure you never feel provisional again. She felt the words land in her chest, heavy and warm. She opened her mouth to answer. The apartment door burst open. Maisie stood in the frame, her face pale, her dark eyes wide. 2 men are downstairs, she said. They are asking Mrs. Kowalski if Noelle is moving into Trasco money. The air in the room changed. Noelle felt her pulse spike. Nathaniel was already moving toward the door. Stay here, both of you. No. Noelle stepped in front of him. You do not get to shut me out of this. He looked at her. His jaw was tight, his hands shaking. Then we go together, he said. He took her hand, cold and solid. They walked to the stairwell door together. Maisie's voice followed them. Clara says they have cameras. Chapter 70. The stairwell swallowed them. Concrete walls, fluorescent hum, the smell of old paint and winter coming through the cracked window on the landing. Noelle's footsteps echoed against Nathaniel's as they descended, their rhythm mismatched but close. She could feel him holding back, wanting to go first, wanting to shield her. She kept pace beside him. The lobby door was propped open with a doorstop no one in this building ever used. Through the gap, she heard Mrs. Kowalski's voice, sharp and unhurried. I already told you. She lives 2 doors down from the Trascos. That is all I know. A man's voice, low and patient. Ma'am, we are not asking about her address. We are asking if she is moving in with him. And I am asking you what business that is of yours. Noelle stepped to the door. The lobby was full. Mrs. Kowalski stood at the center, her broom held like a staff, her body planted between the 2 men and the stairwell. Mr. Henderson from 2B was at the mailboxes, pretending to sort envelopes he had already checked twice. The woman from 3A, Noelle did not even know her name, was leaning against the wall with her phone angled toward the conversation. Filming. The 2 men turned when Noelle appeared. Both in dark coats, no ties. One had a camera slung over his shoulder, the lens cap off. The other was taller, broader, with a face that gave nothing away. They looked at her, then at Nathaniel. The taller one smiled. It did not reach his eyes. Mr. Trasco, we were just asking your neighbor about your living arrangements. Ask me. Nathaniel's voice was flat. I am standing right here. The man's smile did not waver. We are not reporters. We are conducting a routine assessment for a financial interest party. Your current residence, your cohabitation status, your custody situation. Standard due diligence. Noelle felt the weight of the words, due diligence. As if Maisie were a line item. As if the life they had built was a variable in someone else's spreadsheet. Get out of my building, Nathaniel said. We are on public property, Mr. Trasco. The sidewalk is a public right-of-way. We have every legal basis to... You have no legal basis to question my neighbors about my child? The man's expression flickered, just barely, a crack in the composure. We are not questioning your child. We are gathering information for a financial disclosure filing that will be submitted to the board before the vote. Your relationship with Ms. Halsey, your housing arrangement, your financial dependency structure. These are all relevant to the board's assessment of your... Get out. Nathaniel stepped forward. The taller one did not move. Mrs. Kowalski moved before anyone else could. She stepped between them, her broom horizontal across her chest, her eyes fixed on the man's face. You heard him. Out. The man looked at her, assessed her the way he had assessed the lobby. Elderly woman. Broom. No threat. You are obstructing a lawful information gathering operation, ma'am. I would advise you to... Advise me? Mrs. Kowalski laughed. It was not a friendly sound. I have been advising people since before you were born, and I am advising you now. Leave this building. Do not come back. The man with the camera shifted his weight. The taller one's jaw tightened. You are making a mistake. Then it is mine to make. Mrs. Kowalski did not lower the broom. Mrs. Kowalski moved before anyone else could. She stepped between them, her broom horizontal across her chest, her eyes fixed on the man's face. You heard him. Out. The man looked at her, assessed her the way that it assessed the lobby. Elderly woman. Broom. No threat. You are obstructing a lawful information gathering operation, ma'am. I would advise you to... Advise me? Mrs. Kowalski laughed. It was not a friendly sound. I have been advising people since before you were born, and I am advising you now. Leave this building. Do not come back. The man with the camera shifted his weight. The taller one's jaw tightened. You are making a mistake. Then it is mine to make. Mrs. Kowalski did not dare the broom. Mrs. Kowalski moved before anyone else could. She stepped between them, her broom horizontal across her chest, her eyes fixed on the man's face. You heard him. Out. The man looked at her, assessed her the way he had assessed the lobby. Elderly woman. Broom. No threat. You are obstructing a lawful information gathering operation, ma'am. I would advise you to... Advise me? Mrs. Kowalski laughed. It was not a friendly sound. I have been advising people since before you were born, and I am advising you now. Leave this building. Do not come back. The man with the camera shifted his weight. The taller one's jaw tightened. You are making a mistake. Then it is mine to make. Mrs. Kowalski did not lower the broom. Mrs. Kowalski moved before anyone else could. She stepped a good pleat. Chapter 71. They took the stairs slowly, each landing a pause to breathe through what Una's message had cracked open. Noelle's phone glowed in her hand. She read the words again. A trust managed by Margaret Okonkwo's firm, established by Evelyn's husband, before Elena's death. Before. Nathaniel's hand found hers at the third-floor landing. His fingers were cold. He set up a trust, Noelle said, 3 years before your wife died. A trust that now pays the intelligence firm digging up your past. Nathaniel did not answer. His face was the same still mask he wore in boardrooms, the one she had learned to read past. Underneath it was something she had only seen once before, the night he told her about finding Elena's body. They reached the 4th floor. The hallway was empty. Their door was closed. Inside, Maisie sat on the pull-out couch with Clara, a coloring book spread across her lap. She looked up when they entered. Did you chase them away? For now. Nathaniel crossed to her, crouched down. How are you doing? I colored a dinosaur. Maisie held up the page, a T-Rex wearing a crown. Clara said the men were just confused. She said confused people do dumb things. Clara looked up from the armchair. Her eyes moved between Noelle and Nathaniel, reading the tension in their shoulders. What happened downstairs? Consortium operatives, Noelle said, asking neighbors if I'm moving into Trasco money. Clara's jaw tightened. They have cameras. We know. Nathaniel stood. I need to call Una. We need to understand what this trust means before tomorrow. Maisie looked at him. Are you going to fight more? No, he said it firmly. We are going to find out the truth. That is different. She considered this, then she turned back to her coloring. Claire arose. I will stay with her. Do what you need to do. Noelle touched her arm. Thank you. Claire's hand covered hers for a moment. Go. They moved into the bedroom. Nathaniel closed the door, then pulled out his phone and dialed Una. She answered on the first ring. I am still digging, she said, but I have more. The trust is structured as a contingent guardianship vehicle. It was never meant to be active unless specific conditions were met. What conditions? Nathaniel's voice was flat. Medical incapacity, legal incapacity, death of the primary guardian. Noelle felt the air leave her lungs. It was Elena's trust, Una continued. She established it 6 months before she died. The named guardian was Evelyn, but only as a backup to Nathaniel, only if he could not fulfill his role. But that is not what the court filings say, Noelle said. Evelyn's motion claims Elena wanted her to have custody if Nathaniel was unfit. Because someone altered the summary language. Una's voice was hard now. I have the original trust documents here. The contingent guardianship clause is 4 pages. Page 2 contains the restrictions. In the summary copies filed with the court, page 2 is missing. The language was broadened to make it sound like Elena wanted Evelyn to have Maisie regardless of Nathaniel's fitness. Noelle's hands went cold. Who altered it? The trust was managed by Margaret Okonkwo's firm from the beginning. She was the trustee. She filed the summary copies with the court. If page 2 was removed, she either did it herself or someone did it through her system. Margaret, Nathaniel said slowly, was the one helping her do it. The room went still. Evelyn's husband established a separate trust, Una said, 3 years before Elena's death. The same year Elena set up her guardianship trust. 2 trusts, same timeline, same law firm managing both. The same law firm that now represents Evelyn in a custody case she should not legally have standing to bring. Noelle said. Correct. Elena was working with Evelyn's husband, Nathaniel said. Before she died, she was working with a male I never met. And Evelyn's husband died 2 years ago, Una said, which means the only people who knew what Elena was planning are Margaret Okonkwo and Evelyn Trasco. Noelle looked at Nathaniel. His face had gone pale. Una, he said, I need you to find me everything you can about Evelyn's late husband. Every document, every connection, every dollar that moved through his accounts. I already started the trace when I found the trust link. Give me an hour. You have 30 minutes. Then I will need to call in a favor. Do it. Una hung up. Nathaniel put the phone down. He looked at Noelle. His eyes held the same hollow shock she had seen when he first told her about finding Elena's body. My wife, he said, was planning for something she never told me about. She was hiding assets. She was working with Evelyn's husband. She was setting up a guardianship for Maisie that made me primary, but added Evelyn as a backup only if something happened to me. And someone altered the documents to make it look like she wanted Evelyn to have Maisie regardless. Margaret Okonkwo, or Patricia, Noelle said, or both. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. The Okonkwos are the gatekeepers of Elena's secrets. They control the trust. They control the narrative. They have been feeding the consortium information from inside the legal apparatus. And Margaret delivered Evelyn's letter in person, Noelle said, against Evelyn's instructions. She said she was tired of the family destroying itself through intermediaries. That was not loyalty to Evelyn. That was her measuring us, deciding which side to choose. Noelle's phone buzzed Una. She answered. The man's name was Alan Crox. Una's voice was tight with the effort of speaking fast. Evelyn Trasco married Alan Cross 18 months after Elena's funeral. He was a private wealth manager. He specialized in estate structures for high net worth families. He died 2 years ago in a boating accident on Lake Michigan. The investigation was closed within 30 days. A boating accident, Noelle said. Open and shut, no foul play suspected. But here's the thing, Noelle. Alan Cross spent the last year of his life transferring control of every account he managed to Margaret Okonkwo's firm. Every single one. Personal accounts, client accounts, trusts. He liquidated everything and moved it into structures managed by her firm. Why would he do that? I do not know yet, but I know who he managed money for before he married Evelyn. Una paused. He was Philip Durant's wealth manager, Juna. Mightily simplashed. I have been understand. Whatever what I need to get up into it. I have one of the awesome pass heads today. Once I just get her wife and turn into the open day, which teasily spiles, no episoded, standing in the paper chones, the most somebody telling me, Una today. I do not know you. Noelle stepped, he filing the takement and epids to be fast and reading, You can even drive with my hearth. I think it is this reacher. I am unsunning for Evelyn both no lowing. I have the original trust documents here. The contingent guardianship clause is 3 pages. Page 2 contains the restrictions. In the summary copies filed with the court, page 2 is missing. The language was broadened to make it sound like Elena wanted Evelyn to have Maisie regardless. Margaret Okonkwo, or Patricia, Noelle said, or both. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. Chapter 72. The morning light hit the kitchen counter like an accusation. Noelle stood at the sink, watching steam curl off her untouched coffee. Behind her, the apartment hummed with the mechanics of ordinary life. A spoon clinking against a cereal bowl. The soft tick of crayon against paper. Maisie was at the table, drawing with a concentration that felt like armor. Nathaniel leaned against the counter across from Noelle. He had not slept. She could see it in the way his hands stayed motionless at his sides, in the bruise-colored shadows under his eyes. Clara had left 30 minutes ago, squeezing Noelle's arm on the way out, her silence heavy with unspoken questions. Daddy? Maisie's voice cut through the quiet. Why is everybody so quiet? Noelle's chest tightened. She looked at Nathaniel. He looked back, and something passed between them. A decision made without words. He pushed off the counter and lowered himself to the floor beside Maisie's chair. Not across the table. Not standing over her. On the floor. Eye level. Because I need to tell you something, he said, and I want to say it without the wrong words getting in the way. Maisie put down her crayon, a red one. It rolled across the table and stopped against Noelle's mug. You know how sometimes grown-ups fight about things that do not matter very much? Maisie nodded slowly. There are people who think that money and papers, the kind of papers lawyers write, are more important than knowing who loves you. They think if they have the right papers, they get to decide what happens to you. Like Evelyn? The name landed hard in the room. Nathaniel did not flinch. Yes, like Evelyn. She has papers? She says she does, but the papers she has are missing important parts. Parts that tell the truth. Maisie looked down at her hands. Her voice dropped to a whisper. What truth? Noelle felt her throat close. Nathaniel reached out and took Maisie's hand. The truth is that your mother wanted me to be the one who takes care of you. Always. And she wanted you to be loved by people who show up every day, not by pieces of paper. Maisie's chin wobbled. Then why is Evelyn allowed to fight? Because sometimes the law does not understand who a family really is. The sentence hung in the air. Maisie was quiet for a long moment. Then she turned. Noelle felt the weight of those dark eyes settle on her. Noelle? Yes, baby. Do you want to keep coming over forever? The question hit Noelle square in the chest. It was not a child's fantasy. It was a demand for the truth. A test of everything the adults had been circling. She wanted to say yes. The word was right there, pressing against the back of her teeth. But the room felt too small. The threats, the hearing, the suspended badge, the men with cameras, the consortium, the missing trust pages, the weight of 6 years of loving them both and never being allowed to say it out loud, it all crashed through her at once. She opened her mouth. Maisie, Her phone buzzed against the counter. She ignored it. I want to tell you something, but I need to find the right words too. The phone buzzed again. Nathaniel looked at it. Noelle. She looked down. Una. She picked it up. Una? Una's voice was clipped, surgical. The judge set a date. Final custody hearing. 3 days from now. Noelle's blood went cold. And Noelle? Una paused. The court has requested you be available to testify. They want to hear directly from you whether you intend to take on a permanent co-parenting role. The word permanent echoed in the kitchen. Maisie was watching her. Nathaniel was watching her. The phone was still warm against her ear. I understand, Noelle said. She hung up. She looked at Nathaniel. She looked at Maisie. The question hung in the air, no longer private. 3 days, she said, and in that space, the answer she had not been able to speak aloud was now a matter of legal record. Chapter 73. Una arrived at the apartment 37 minutes later with a slim leather case and 2 paper cups of coffee that tasted like they had been sitting in the car for an hour. She set them on the counter without apology. Gerald is drafting as we speak. I wanted you to see the structure before he files. Noelle pulled Maisie's crayon drawing out of the way. Una spread documents across the kitchen table. Nathaniel stood at her shoulder, and Noelle watched his hands grip the edge of the counter as Una laid out the counterpetition in 3 columns. Column 1, the forged records. The attending physician's original time of death log. The metadata showing the leak portal alterations 72 hours before the story broke. The spoofed login credentials traced to the intelligence firm in McLean. Noelle watched Una's manicured finger move down the page, each line a body blow to the narrative Evelyn had sold the court. Column 2, the altered trust. The filed summary copies with page 2 removed. Una had pulled the original from Elena's estate attorney, the one Margaret Okonkwo's firm had not been asked to manage. The language was precise. Evelyn was backup only. Backup only if Nathaniel could not fulfill his role. The page 2 removal was not a clerical error. It was a structural lie. Column 3, the surveillance link. The Illinois plate traced through the Delaware shell to the McLean servicers, to the trust Alan Cross had established 3 years before Elena's death. The trust Margaret Okonkwo's firm managed. The trust that had been funding the intelligence-informed payments against Nathaniel for years before Elena was gone. Una looked up. The judge will have to rule on admissibility for the surveillance material, but the trust pages and the record alterations are uncontestable. Nathaniel's voice was rough. How fast can Gerald file? He already has. I came straight from his office. Una checked her watch. The court should have it within the hour. Noelle stared at the documents. 3 columns, 3 layers of truth Evelyn had buried. 3 reasons a judge might look at Maisie and see a child being used as a pawn rather than protected. But the silence in the room was not victorious. 3 days, Noelle said. Una nodded. 3 days for Evelyn's team to respond? 3 days for the judge to read every page? 3 days for us to make sure Maisie does not have to sit in that courtroom and watch adults fight over her like she is a piece of property. Noelle thought of Maisie's question. Do you want to keep coming over forever? Una. She heard her own voice come out steady. I need to know what the court expects from me. Legally. Una's eyes met hers. They want to hear you say you are choosing this. Permanently. No conditions about the hearing or the ward or the threats. Just that you intend to be Maisie's person for as long as she needs you. I do. The words came out before Noelle could stop them. She felt Nathaniel's gaze land on her. She did not turn. Then say it, Una said. Under oath, in 3 days. Noelle's phone buzzed. She ignored it. The kitchen hummed with the weight of what had just been spoken. The next 48 hours blurred into a cycle of documents, calls, and coffee that Noelle stopped tasting after the first cup. Gerald Archer worked from a satellite office 3 blocks from the courthouse, sending drafts to Una, who printed them at the apartment because the printer in the war room had been compromised. Noelle learned what a sealed exhibit looked like. She learned how to sign an affidavit without her hands shaking. She learned that the word permanent was easier to say in a kitchen than it would be in front of a judge. Nathaniel moved through the hours beside her, quiet and present. He made phone calls she did not listen to. He held Maisie when she woke from a nightmare about the men with cameras. He stood in the doorway of the bedroom at 2 a.m., looking at Noelle like she was the only fixed point in a collapsing world. On the morning of the hearing, Clara arrived at 6 to pick up Maisie. Maisie wore her dinosaur pajamas under a jacket. She did not ask where Noelle and Nathaniel were going. She just looked at Noelle with those dark eyes and said, Are you coming back? Noelle knelt, took Maisie's small hands in hers. Yes, baby, I am coming back. Forever? Noelle felt her throat close, but she had already said it to Una. She had already said it to herself. Forever? Maisie nodded once. The court will issue its ruling after the interview. Judge Chen closed the file. We are adjourned. The gavel hit the block. Noelle sat frozen as the room began to move around her. Evelyn was already walking toward the side exit, Margaret Gerconquil close behind. Gerald was gathering papers. Una was on her phone. Nathaniel turned. His face was unreadable. She is 7 years old, Noelle said. I know. She is going to sit in a room with a judge and answer questions about whether she wants to live with us or with Evelyn. I know. Noelle stood. Her legs felt hollow. What if she says the wrong thing? Nathaniel reached for her hand. His fingers were cold. She had been saying the right thing all along. The question is whether anyone in that room knows how to hear it. Noelle looked past him, toward the empty bench, the closed file, the space where Maisie would sit tomorrow and decide the shape of her future with words she might not fully understand. Her phone buzzed. She did not look at it. Chapter 74. The hallway outside Judge Chen's chambers smelled like old wood and antiseptic, a strange cocktail that reminded Noelle of the hospital supply closet where she used to hide during her breaks. She sat on the bench beside Nathaniel. His knee was pressed against hers, a small anchor in the silence. The clock above the door read 9:17. Maisie had been inside for 17 minutes. She talked to me about dinosaurs last night, Noelle said. Her voice came out thin. After her bath, she wanted to know if T-Rex could feel sad. Nathaniel turned his head. His eyes were red-rimmed but dry. What did you tell her? I said I didn't know. That we could look it up together. He let out a breath that was almost a laugh. Good answer. The silence stretched again. A bailiff walked past, carrying a stack of manila folders, his footsteps echoing down the corridor. Noelle thought about the forms Una had printed at 2 a.m. Gerald had drafted 5 versions of the Counterpetition before settling on the third. A document so dense with citations, it looked like a textbook had been murdered on the page. I need to know what happens next. Nathaniel's jaw tightened. We wait for the judge. That is not what I mean. She shifted to face him fully. If she rules for us, if she rules against us, I need to know what the plan is either way. He looked at her for a long moment. Then he reached into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. Una gave me this yesterday. It is the security protocol for Maisie's school. New enrollment form, emergency contacts, pickup authorizations. He handed it to her. I filled out the first page last night. Noelle unfolded it. The document was crisp, still bearing the crease from his pocket. In the space marked Emergency Contact 2, he had written her name. Full legal name. Noelle Halsey, RN. Below that, her phone number, her relationship to the child listed as guardian. Her chest tightened. I did not ask, he said. I should have, but I needed to see what it looked like on paper. It looks like permanence, she said. That was the idea. She ran her finger over the ink of her name. The letters were neat, deliberate, the handwriting of a man who had taken his time. There is a therapist, Nathaniel said, pediatric specialist who works with children going through custody transitions. Una found her. She is expensive and has a waiting list, but I called her office yesterday after the hearing. What did she say? She said she could see Maisie twice a week starting next month. I told her yes. Noelle felt something shift in her chest, a loosening of the knot she had been carrying since the courtroom doors closed. And us? What about us? If the judge rules for Evelyn, if Maisie has to go with her, what happens to us? Nathaniel's hand found hers on the bench. His fingers were warm, steady. Then we fight. We appeal. We restructure Meridian so half the board answers to me, and the other half cannot move without my signature. We buy time and we spend every second proving to the court that Maisie belongs with us. And if that does not work, then we still fight, but we do it together. Noelle looked at the paper in hands. His name, her name, a child's future drawn in black ink. I need to file my own paperwork, she said. Nathaniel's eyebrow rose. What paperwork? Formal legal recognition, power of attorney for Maisie's medical decisions. She paused. Clara mentioned it last week. If I am going to be the one they call when she is sick, I need to be able to authorize treatment. Nathaniel was quiet for a long moment. I did not think of that, he admitted. Because you are learning. We both are. She folded the paper and handed it back to him. But I need you to start thinking about public life, about what it means that everyone knows you're known now. I have been thinking about it. Then tell me what you have thought. He leaned back against the bench. The overhead light caught the gray in his hair, the lines at the corners of his eyes. I am moving Meridian's headquarters to Chicago. Official announcement next month. The board cannot vote me out if I change the corporate structure first. Noelle blinked. That is not a small move. It is not, but I have been hiding in plain sight for 6 years. If I am going to be visible, I need to be visible on my terms. She watched him, the way his shoulders had squared, the way his voice had steadied. You have been planning this. Since the night you told me you needed permanence. He turned to face her fully. I meant what I said. I am building it, every day. I am not going to stop. The clock read 9:23. Noelle thought about the words she had said to Maisie that morning. Forever. She had meant it. She needed to mean it in every way that counted. "I want to go with you," Noelle said. "To the school meeting, the therapist, everything. I want to be in every room where Maisie's future gets decided." Nathaniel's hand tightened around hers. "You will. Good." She took a breath. "Then we start tomorrow, before the ruling. We call the school and add me to the pickup list. We call the therapist and tell her we want to meet her too. We stop waiting for permission to be a family." The door to Judge Chen's chambers opened. Noelle's heart stopped. The clerk stepped out, a young woman in a navy suit holding a leather notebook. She did not look at them directly. "The judge is concluding the interview," the clerk said. "She has requested one additional witness appear before she issues her ruling." Noelle stood. Her legs felt like borrowed things. "Who?" The clerk checked her notebook. "Stefan Volkov. The court is aware he was not on the initial witness list. Judge Chen has issued a subpoena for his appearance this afternoon." The words hit Noelle like a door closing. Nathaniel was already on his feet beside her, his body going rigid. "Why Stefan?" The clerk looked at him evenly. "The judge did not share that information. She requests Mr. Volkov's presence at 2 p.m. in her chambers, no exceptions." She turned and walked back through the door, closing it softly behind her. Noelle stood in the hallway with Nathaniel, the folded paper still warm in her hands, the clock still ticking toward a ruling that now depended on the man who had started all of this. Chapter 75. The hallway outside Judge Chen's chambers had gone quiet. Noelle sat on the bench with Nathaniel beside her, the folded school form still warm in her hands. The clock showed 1:47. 13 minutes until Stefan was due to appear. "Did you know," Noelle asked, "that the judge would call him?" Nathaniel's jaw tightened. "No." "Then why show?" He did not answer. His hand found hers, fingers threading through, and she let him hold on, because the alternative was standing up and pacing until the carpet wore through. The clerk's door opened at 1:52. Stefan Volkov stepped through, a manila envelope under his arm, wearing a navy suit that fit like armor. He did not look at them. "Mr. Volkov." The clerk gestured toward the chamber door. "The judge is ready." Stefan paused. His hand touched the brass handle, and for a moment he seemed to be steeling himself. Then he pushed through and the door closed behind him. Noelle stared at the dark wood. "He started all of this," she said. "The acquisition, the exposure, the war, and now he walks in there to decide whether we keep Maisie." Nathaniel's voice was rough. "I know." "Can we trust what he says?" "I do not know that either." The weight stretched into something physical. Noelle counted her breaths, watched the second hand on the clock crawl past 2:20 to 3:03 to a 7. The same hour Maisie had called her that first night, a lifetime ago, whispering that her father would not wake up. She thought about the school form in her pocket, the therapist starting next month, the plan to restructure Meridian, all of it hanging on what Stefan Volkov told a judge in a sealed room. The chamber door opened at 2:14. Stefan emerged, his face unreadable. He walked past them without stopping, the envelope gone, his hands empty. "Mr. Volkov." Noelle stood. "What did you tell her?" Stefan stopped at the clerk's desk. He did not turn around. "The truth." "Which truth?" Nathaniel's voice was low, controlled. "Yours or mine?" Stefan finally looked back. His gray eyes were flat, exhausted. "Both." He paused. "She asked about Alina's phone records, the calls your wife would in the last month of her life. I told her what I knew." Nathaniel went still. "What did you know?" That Elena called Alan Cross 6 times in the 3 weeks before she died. That she met him twice without telling you. That the meetings were arranged through Evelyn. Noelle's chest tightened. And you never told me. I did not know until this morning. Stefan's voice cracked. Margaret Okonksko's firm produced the records when the subpoena arrived. Your wife was planning something she did not want you to know about. And Alan Cross was helping her. The chamber door opened again. The clerk stepped out, her notebook open. Judge Chen will issue her ruling at 4 p.m. She asks both parties to remain available. Noelle felt the ground tilt. 4 hours. 4 hours until a child's future was decided by whatever Sultan had just confessed. Nathaniel did not move. His eyes stayed on the closed chamber door, his jaw rigid. Did you tell her about the board vote? He asked Stefan. I told her about all of it. Stefan's voice was barely audible. The consortium, the altered trust, the intelligence firm, the fact that I signed the contracts and I did not stop them than I should have. Noelle watched him. Why now? Stefan met her eyes. Something raw flickered in his gaze. Because I watched a 7-year-old walk into a judge's chambers alone this morning. And I realized I have been telling myself for 6 years that I was protecting Nathaniel from the truth. But I was protecting myself from what I knew. He turned and walked toward the exit, his footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Noelle stood beside Nathaniel, the clock ticking till 4 p.m., the air between them heavy with everything Stefan had not said. What did he tell her that he is not telling us? Noelle asked. Nathaniel's hand found hers again, warm and trembling. I do not know. But you have a guess. He was quiet for a long moment. Elena called Alan Cross 6 times, she met him twice, and she did it through Evelyn. He turned to face her. That means Evelyn knew what her husband was doing. That she was connected to whatever Elena was planning before she died. Noelle felt the pieces clicking together like teeth. Evelyn knew about the trust before Elena died. She knew about the consortium. She might have been the one who brought Alan Cross to the table. Yes. And she has been pretending for 6 years that she was just a grieving sister trying to protect her niece. Yes. Noelle looked at the chamber door, the clock, the empty hallway where Stefan had disappeared. Then why did Judge Chen call Stefan? Nathaniel's grip tightened. Because she needed to hear it from someone who was there. Someone who saw the whole thing unfold and did not stop it. His voice dropped. She needed confirmation that Evelyn's husband was embedded in the conspiracy before Elena died. That the custody battle is not about Maisie. It is about whatever Elena was hiding. The words hung in the air. Noelle thought about the school form in her pocket. The therapist starting next month. The promise she had made to Maisie that morning. I need to see her, Noelle said. Maisie. Before the ruling. I need to tell her that no matter what happens, I am coming back. Nathaniel's eyes held hers again, warm and trembling. I do not know. But you have a guess. He was quiet for a long moment. Elena called Alan Cross 6 times. She met him twice, and she did it through Evelyn. He turned to face her. That means Evelyn knew what her husband was doing. That she was connected to whatever Elena was planning before she died. Noelle felt the pieces clicking together like teeth. Evelyn knew about the trust before Elena died. She knew about the consortium. She might have been the one who brought Alan Cross to the table. Yes. And she has been pretending for 6 years that she was just a grieving sister trying to protect her niece. Yes. Noelle looked at the chamber door, the clock, the empty hallway where Stefan had disappeared. Then why did Judge Chen call Stefan? Nathaniel's grip tightened. Because she needed to hear it from someone who was there. Someone who saw the whole thing unfold and did not stop it. His voice dropped. She needed confirmation that Evelyn's husband was embedded in the conspiracy before Elena died. That the custody battle is not about Maisie. It is about whatever Elena was hiding. The words hung in the air. Noelle thought about the school form in her pocket. The therapist starting next month. The promise she had made to Maisie that morning. I need to see her, Noelle said. Maisie? Before the ruling. I need to tell her that no matter what happens, I am coming back. Nathaniel's eyes held hers. The jaws thrown it back. A matter's realizement. Noelle thought about the school form in her pocket. The third historial word, roaned from that dialect. The tender piece of the willed. The decals into my clock one of the chach, the 60 week within the minute on the green appears this fan. The time was weeding at the cent 3, Krusty of 3 $10 in the Stacey fan. The storg of Sid storged minus especially the 90 units and the highly hider hadn't spied down. These reforms creased as I turned for the testbits. Oh well, I am a bunny stafferant. One day, it's many spirit back. Maybe the bag is not unasock this morning. Noelle stop out protective, maybe next one. Maisie, let's to getting in myself. Now no one other reps. Thank you for just over. Maisie step out a contract if they were right to me, the block had her up. Maisie looked at the Chechmore. Chapter 76. The clock in the kitchen ticked past 3:27. Maisie had gone back to her drawings, crayons scratching against paper, the tip of her tongue caught between her teeth. She did not look up when Noelle's phone buzzed, did not flinch when Noelle checked it. Mrs. Kowalski? Door's open if you need it. Noelle typed back. Not yet. Soon. She settled on the floor beside Maisie, her back against the sofa, exhaustion pulling at her bones. The adrenaline had burned up somewhere between the courthouse steps and the 3rd floor, leaving only the weight of waiting. Maisie pushed a piece of paper toward her without looking up. A new drawing. 3 figures under a yellow sun. Maisie in the middle, holding hands with Noelle on one side and Nathaniel on the other. The apartment building behind them, windows lit like warm squares. When did you draw this? Today, while I was waiting. Maisie paused her crayon. Mrs. Bellamy said the judge would ask about my favorite color and what I ate for breakfast, but she did not. What did she ask? If I felt safe. Noelle's chest tightened. What did you say? I told her yes, but only when you are there. Maisie looked up, her dark eyes steady. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you are the one who makes the cocoa. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time. Noelle's breath caught. You told her that? I wanted her to know you are staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle pulled her close, felt the small body press against hers. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares, and that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you are the one who makes the cocoa. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time. Noelle's breath caught. You told her that? I wanted her to know you are staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle pulled her close, felt the small body press against hers. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you are the one who makes the cocoa. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time. Noelle's breath caught. You told her that? I wanted her to know you are staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle pulled her close, felt the small body press against hers. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you are the one who makes the cocoa. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time. Noelle's breath caught. You told her that? I wanted her to know you are staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle pulled her close, felt the small body press against her. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you are the one who makes the cocoa. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time. Noelle's breath caught. You told her that? I wanted her to know you were staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle pulled her close, felt the small body press against her. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you are the one who makes the cocoa. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time. Noelle's breath caught. You told her that? I wanted her to know you were staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle pulled her close, felt the small body press against her. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too, but he has the bad dreams now, so you are the one who makes the cocoa. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. I told her about the men with cameras, and about Evelyn's mansion, and about how you kissed Daddy in the hallway that one time. Noelle's breath caught. You told her that? I wanted her to know you were staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle pulled her close, felt the stole body press against her. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy has due, the theoretical girl comes in the short road. The dial you'd wikes your eyes, ruing. 100 real truth, and the bunch of the terrigal. If your pearly have just the silent like, you just give this cut. Noelle reached for her hand. That is true. Now what you should have never. Noelle looked up, the consorum chest still, within the fort. Noelle's that barely fleeced. Not yet. Noelle called on the dream. To refuse me. Noelle will go into the drawing. Noelle let the decide. Noelle felt this lodge is high. Noelle felt us the fate, before he gets the bowing. We do not have to. I know. She helped Maisie out of the car, and they walked toward the entrance together. The courthouse stirs by 100 Jersey, good. Would you do this for 100 to 3? Noelle looked up. The Consorop would be able. The act is amazing. Not only this, it is going to stay. The universe could a must revelation. The truth in the 76. The clock in the kitchen ticked past 3:27. Maisie had gone back to her drawing. Noelle pulled her close, felt into my game. I told her you are the one who makes breakfast and stays during nightmares. And that Daddy does too. And if I reach just to them, one for quoice then. Noelle looked up. The consorp would be able. The consorp was be able. The consorp was big about not caring for a scream. The word of the truth, not does this tell, not even over this. Noelle looked up at my bike. If a court once discussed with the term plus the regionality, I know, look it on. So the first entire lips, despite my both there, the building that's provigally did not there, if you just decide you are staying, never. I wanted her to know you are staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle. Noelle looked up at my brain stars. This accident. I wanted her to know you are staying. Maisie's voice wavered for the first time. Because if you kiss someone, you are supposed to stay. Noelle. Noelle just does not absolute, so just have it her. I hope we back to the Bosphere. It'll be a blad friend. Why be happy? The court full. Noelle looked up. To the table. It's hard it'll go as to this. Did not do the prate, so get every. Noelle looked up. Noelle looked at Una, at the press observer still sitting in the back row, at the courthouse doors that would open onto a world that was still watching. The victory was real. But the war was still being fought. Chapter 77. The producer wanted a stylist. Noelle said no. She sat in the green room with her hands flat on her knees, wearing the same charcoal suit she had worn to court, her hair pinned back, her mother's locket cool against her collarbone. The makeup artist had been allowed exactly 5 minutes for camera glare, nothing more. You sure about this? Deja stood by the door, arms crossed, her phone dock for once. I am sure about the interview, Noelle said. I am not sure about anything else. Deja's face softened. That is the most honest thing you have said all week. The segment producer knocked and opened the door. 2 minutes. We will lead with the pediatric care angle, then move to the personal questions. You can decline anything you want. We have a signal. Noelle stood up. She did not want a signal. The studio lights hit her like heat. The set was soft blue and cream, designed to look warm and human, a living room pretending to be news. The host, a woman named Corinne with silver hair and thoughtful eyes, had built her reputation on long-form interviews that made powerful people uncomfortable. Noelle sat in the guest chair. The microphone clip was cold through her jacket. Corinne smiled, a real smile, not the broadcast version. Thank you for coming in. I know you turned down everyone else. I am not here for me, Noelle said. I am here for the overnight pediatric unit at Lakeview Children's Hospital. The cameras were rolling. The red light was steady. Corinne leaned forward. Tell me about it. So Noelle did. She talked about Emma, the 4-year-old with pneumonia whose mother worked nights and could only visit between 11 and 2. She talked about the neonatal transport risks, the 30-minute window that could mean life or death for a premature infant, the staffing ratios that were already stretched to breaking before the acquisition. She talked about Shachelle, who had worked the overnight for 19 years and whose voice never rose above a murmur even when she was furious. She did not mention Nathaniel. She did not mention the consortium. She talked about the work. Corinne listened without interrupting. The studio was quiet except for Noelle's voice and the low hum of the cameras. "Why you?" Corinne asked. "Why is your name in every headline instead of the units?" Noelle had prepared for this question. She had practiced it in the mirror, in the shower, in the dark while Maisie slept. Because a powerful man went to extraordinary lengths to hide who he was, and I was the person who loved the version of him he created. That became a story. It should not have. The story should have been about the families who will lose access to specialized pediatric care if that unit closes. But you are the story now. I am the way people are finding out about the unit, Noelle said. I am not the story. The children are. Corinne's eyes narrowed, not with hostility, with interest. You say you loved the version he created. Do you still love the version that exists now? Noelle felt the question land in her chest, heavy and exact. I am still here. That is not an answer. It is the only one I have right now. Corinne nodded slowly. Fair enough. The segment moved forward. Noelle talked about the cost of public smears, about what it meant to be a nurse whose professional reputation was being dissected by people who had never held a dying child's hand. She talked about the suspension, the conduct review, the way a corporate acquisition could erase a decade of work without a single conversation with the people doing that work. She did not play the victim. She did not cry. She kept her voice steady and her hands still. The producer's signal came at the 7-minute mark. 2 minutes left. Corinne shifted in her chair. One more question, and you can decline it. Noelle waited. When this is over, when the custody battle is resolved and the corporate fight settles, do you intend to become part of the Trasco family? The question hung in the air. Noelle could feel the camera on her, the studio lights, the silence that stretched like a held breath. She thought about Maisie's drawing, the three of them holding hands under a yellow sun. She thought about Nathaniel's hands, calloused and scarred, the way they had held her in the hotel room, the way he had looked at her when he said he would stop making her feel provisional. She thought about the word forever and what it cost her to say it. She stopped. The silence stretched. Off camera, in the shadows behind the lighting rig, she saw Nathaniel standing perfectly still, his face unreadable. The producer's hand went up. The segment was ending. Corinne looked at Noelle with something that was not pity. You do not have to answer now. But the silence had already answered for her. Chapter 78. The red light on the camera blinked off. The producer's hand came down. The studio exhaled. Noelle sat motionless in the guest chair, her hands folded in her lap, her pulse loud in her ears. The silence she had left hanging still pressed against the air, heavy and unfinished. Corinne removed her earpiece and leaned forward, voice quiet now, off the record. You did not expect that question. Noelle shook her head. Would you like a moment before you leave? Noelle opened her mouth to say yes, then stopped. She could feel him behind her, still standing in the shadows where the lighting rig cast its long angles. She had not turned around since the segment ended. She was not sure she could. I need to see someone, she said. Corinne nodded and stood, extending a hand. Noelle took it. The host's grip was warm and steady, no performance in it. Whatever you decide, Corinne said. That was the most honest 7 minutes of television I have hosted in 5 years. Noelle thanked her and turned. Nathaniel had not moved. He stood with his arms at his sides, his face still unreadable, but his eyes were not. They were raw in a way she had never seen, stripped of the careful composure he wore like armor. He looked like a man who had just watched someone he loved walk to the edge of a cliff and stop. She crossed the studio floor. The crew was already breaking down cables, coiling them in loops, the clatter of metal cases and voices filling the space where silence had littered. She stopped in front of him. "You heard." "I heard everything." His voice was low, urge at the edges. She waited for him to ask, for the question she had left unanswered to hang between them again. But he did not ask. "I should not have been standing there," he said. "I should have told the producer I would wait in the car, but I could not make myself leave." "Why not?" "Because I needed to see you say it." Her chest tightened. "I did not say it." "You did not have to. You sat in front of a woman who has made powerful people cry on national television, and you told her the story of a 4-year-old with pneumonia and a nurse who had worked 19 years without raising her voice. You did not mention my name once. You did not play the victim. You did not let them turn you into a headline." He took a breath. "You made them see the unit. You made them see the children. And when she asked you about forever, you did not lie. You stopped and thought about what it actually means, and you refused to give her a pretty answer you did not believe yet." Noelle felt something crack inside her chest, a seam she had been holding closed for months. "I do believe it," she said. "I believe Maisie is my family. I believe I am already part of her life, and I am not ashamed of loving her, or you. But love is not a key to a vault. It is accountability. It is showing up every day and proving you will not leave when it gets hard. I cannot say forever like it is a transaction. I have to live it." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. His hands were shaking, the way they had shaken that first night on the kitchen floor when she had found him half awake and ashamed. "You just did," he said. "You just lived it. On camera. In front of everyone." He stepped forward, close enough that she could smell the starch in his shirt, the faint trace of coffee from the green room. "I have spent 6 years hiding from the world because I was afraid of what it would take for me. You just stood in front of it and told the truth without a script. You are braver than I have ever been." Noelle reached up and touched his face, her paw against his jaw, the stubble rough under her fingers. "I am still scared." "So am I." "Then we are even." He laughed, a broken sound, and pressed his forehead to hers. Behind them, a crew member cleared his throat. "Miss Halsey, your phone has been buzzing in the green room. The producer asked me to bring it." Noelle pulled back, took the phone. 7 missed calls from Deja. She answered on the 8th ring. "Where are you?" Deja's voice was sharp, urgent, but underneath it something else. Hope. "Still at the studio. What happened?" "Your clip is everywhere. I mean, everywhere. CNN picked it up 20 minutes ago. The local affiliate ran the full segment unedited. Parents are already calling Hartwell's main line asking what the hell they are doing to the pediatric unit." Noelle leaned against the wall. Her legs felt weak. "That is good, right?" "That is good. But that is not why I called." Noelle waited. "Hartwell's legal team reached out to the union rep an hour ago. They are offering to reverse your suspension. Full reinstatement, back pay, no external review, no findings on your record." Noelle's hand tightened on the phone. "What are the conditions?" Deja was quiet for a beat. "You sign a confidentiation clause. You agree not to discuss the internal review process, the conduct meeting, or any of Hartwell's internal communications about your case. Ever." Noelle looked at Nathaniel. He was watching her face, reading the shift in her expression. "What do I say?" she asked. "That is your call. But if you sign it, you cannot talk about what they did to you. Not to the press, not to the board, not to me." The studio lights hummed, The crew moved around them, packing, coiling, shutting down. Noelle thought about Rochelle, who had held her badge, about Emma's mother, who worked nights and could only visit between 11 and 2, about every nurse who had looked at her differently since the suspension memo went out. "No," she said. Deja let out a breath. "You are sure? I will not sign away my voice to get my job back. If they want to reinstate me, they do it because I was right, not because I agreed to be quiet." A long pause. "Then we fight," Deja said. "I will call the union rep back and tell her to prepare for a public hearing." "Do it." Noelle ended the call and looked at Nathaniel. "Hartwell offered to reverse my suspension if I signed a confidentiation clause." He did not ask what she chose. He already knew. "What do you need?" "A ride home, and a plan for what happens when I go public with every conversation I had in that room." Nathaniel held out his hand. "Then let us go make a plan." She took it. His fingers closed around hers, warm and steady, and they walked out of the studio together, past the dark cameras and the silent lighting rig, into the Chicago night where the city hummed with the story she had just set loose. Noelle felt something crack inside her chest, a seam she had been holding closed for months. "I do believe it," she said. "I believe Maisie is my family. I believe I am already part of her life, and I am not ashamed of loving her. Or you. But love is not a key to a vault. It is accountability. It is showing up every day and proving you will not leave when it gets hard. I cannot say forever like it is a transaction. I have to live it." Nathaniel's jaw tightened. His hands were shaking, the way they had shaken that first night on the kitchen floor when she had found him half awake and ashamed. "You just did," he said. "You just lived it. On camera, in front of everyone." He stepped forward, close enough that truth many's, "You care having. You become any world that I could please give you in your wice. The breast that the entire sample of physicant tries has go to record." Noelle felt something crack inside her chest, a seam she had been holding closed for months. Noelle felt something change in Clarence that he says want to barely want to be. Noelle self-achach. They are physically chaining them eyes telly riches that hif, but it's not the level that I really do, which is the residence that I got not run on. Noelle felt something tardy of this idea. Noelle felt something change and quiet. It's just no law the creech we rand me even because I can vary it. Noelle felt something hadn't closed the ladder 6 time. "What are the conditions?" Deja was quiet for a beat. "You sign a confidentiation clause. You agree not to discuss the internal review process, the conduct meeting, or any of Hartwell's internal communications about your case. Ever." Noelle laughed at Nathaniel. He was watching her face, reading the shift in her expression. "I just never have no interment. We get that I trim is it's very sticklotcher thin of the exact world." Chapter 79. The apartment was dark when they walked from the door, the only light spilling from Maisie's room where Clara had left the lamp on low. Noelle stood in the entryway, her phone still warm in her hand from the call with Deja. Her reflection in the hallway mirror looked like someone she barely recognized. The woman who had walked into that studio 2 hours ago had been braced for damage control. The woman standing here now had refused to sign a waiver for voice. Nathaniel hung his coat on the hook by the door. He did not ask what she was thinking. He just waited. "Hartwell thinks I will trade silence for safety," Noelle said. "They think if they give me back my badge, I will stop being the problem." "Will you?" She turned to face him. "I told Deja no, but I need to think about what I want the conditions to be." Nathaniel's eyebrows lifted. "You are going to negotiate." "I am going to name my terms. They want me to sign a confidentiation clause. Fine. I will sign it if they also agree to protect every staff member who testified in the conduct review from retaliation. and if they commit to an independent oversight committee for the pediatric ward for the next 3 years. Publicly. He was quiet for a long moment. That is not what they offered. No, it is what I am offering them. He crossed the room and stopped in front of her. His hand came up, not quite touching her face, hovering like he was asking permission. She leaned into his palm. You are not going to tell me I am being reckless, she said. I am not going to tell you anything you have not already considered. You know what this costs. You know they will fight back. You know the consortium will use it against me. I know. Then I have nothing to add. His thumb traced her cheekbone. Except that I am proud of you, and that I will stand wherever you tell me to stand. Something in her chest loosened, a knot she had been carrying since the moment she saw her name on that suspension memo. Even if I lose? Especially if you lose. That is when people find out who stays. She closed her eyes and let herself feel the weight of his hand, the warmth of his body inches from hers. She had spent 6 years giving without asking. 6 years being the one who held steady so everyone else could break. She was done breaking alone. Maisie asleep? She asked. Clara texted. She went down at 9:30. No nightmares. Noelle pulled back gently and walked down the hall to Maisie's room. The door was cracked open, the lamp casting a soft circle on the ceiling. Maisie was curled on her side, one arm wrapped around the stuffed rabbit Noelle had given her for her 6th birthday. Her dark hair spread across the pillow. Noelle stood in the doorway and watched her breathe. This was what she was fighting for. Not a job, not a headline. This small, sloping body that trusted her to stay. She pulled the door closed and walked back to the living room. Nathaniel had made tea, 2 mugs on the coffee table, steam rising. I do not know how to do this, she said, sitting down. Do what? Be public, be a family, be the woman who says forever on camera and means it. Nathaniel sat across from her, his hand wrapped around her mug. Neither do I. I've been hiding for so long I forgot what daylight feels like. Then how do we figure it out? Together, one day at a time. Maisie will tell us when we get it wrong. Noelle laughed, a tired, broken sound. She already does. They sipped their tea in silence. The apartment hummed with the small sounds of night, a refrigerator cycle, the distant wail of a siren, Maisie's breathing through the open door. Nathaniel set his mug down. I have a question, he said, and I need you to answer it without thinking about what the cameras will say, or what the consortium will do, or what anyone expects. Noelle looked at him. His face was open, stripped of every defense he had ever built. Ask me. Will you build this with us? Not the version of us that exists in fork filings and press releases. The real version. The one that fights about faucheries and forgets school forms and wakes up at 2 in the morning because Maisie had a bad dream. The one that is messy and imperfect and completely visible. He leaned forward. I am not asking if you will say yes to a proposal. I am asking if you will say yes to a life. Our life. Every day of it. Noelle's throat closed. The words sat on her tongue, heavy and simple and terrifying. She opened her mouth to answer. Her phone buzzed on the table between them. She looked down. The screen lit up with a number she did not recognize, but the message preview made her blood stop moving. You should have walked away. The stalker, watching, still watching. She looked up at Nathaniel, whose eyes were fixed on the phone, his face going pale. Do not answer it, he said. I was not going to. Good, but the message had already changed something. The space between them, the question he had just asked, the answer she had been about to give, all of it cracked open by a phone screen and a threat that had not stopped. Nathaniel reached across the table and took her hand. "Forget it," he said. "Forget it exists. Answer my question." Noelle looked at his fingers wrapped around hers, then at Maisie's door, then at the phone still glowing on the table, a reminder that the world outside had not stopped wanting to tear them apart. "I was going to say yes," she said. "Was? I still am." She squeezed his hand. "But I need you to understand something. If I say yes to this life, I am saying yes to fighting for it. Every day, with everything I have, and I will not let anyone, not the consortium, not Hartwell, not some faceless texter, take it from me." Nathaniel's breath caught. "Is that a yes?" She looked at him, at the man who had hidden for 6 years and was now asking her to stand in plain sight beside him. "It is a yes, but it is a yes on my terms. We do this in daylight, we do it together, and we never hide again." He pulled her forward, his forehead against hers, his breath warm on her lips. "Then we start tomorrow." "Tonight," she said. "We start tonight." Behind them, Maisie's door creaked open. Noelle turned. Maisie stood in the doorway, rubbing her eyes, her rabbit dangling from one hand. "Did I hear you say yes?" Noelle's heart cracked open. "Yes, baby. I said yes." Maisie crossed the room on bare feet and climbed into Noelle's lap, small and warm and trusting. "Good," she said, her voice already thick with sleep. "Because I already drew the picture of us." Noelle wrapped her arms around her, pressed her lips to Maisie's hair, and felt Nathaniel's hand settle on her shoulder. Tomorrow the fight would start again. The consortium, the injunctions, the public hearing, the stalker still out there in the dark. But tonight, in this small apartment with a sleeping child in her lap and a man who had finally stopped hiding, Noelle let herself believe that yes was not the end of the story. It was the beginning. Chapter 80. Maisie's body was warm and heavy against Noelle's chest, her breathing already evening out into sleep. Noelle's hand moved in an automatic rhythm across Maisie's back, the same motion she used on the night shift when a child could not settle. Nathaniel watched them from his chair, his face stripped of everything except the bone-deep relief of a man who had been holding his breath for 6 years. "We should put her back to bed," Noelle said, but she did not stop rocking. 5 more minutes." His voice cracked on the last word. She understood. 5 minutes of this. 5 minutes of a sleeping child and a table between them, and a phone that still glowed with a stranger's threat. 5 minutes before the world came back. The radiator clicked, the refrigerator hummed. Maisie sighed and burrowed deeper, one small hand curling against Noelle's collarbone. Noelle closed her eyes and let herself feel it. The weight, the trust, the terrifying, fragile rightness of being the person a child reached for in the dark. "Tell me about tomorrow," she said. Nathaniel's chair scraped as he leaned forward. "Maisie has school at 8:30. Clara already knows the routine. I need to call Stefan about the injunction hearing, and you need to call Deja about the public hearing prep." "Then what?" "Then we figure out how to be a family in public without letting the cameras eat us alive." She opened her eyes. "That is not a plan." "It is a start." He reached across the table, palm up. "Come here." She shifted Maisie to one arm and took his hand. His fingers closed around hers, calloused and warm and slightly trembling. "I do not know how to do this either," he said, "but I know I do not want to do it alone. And I know Maisie needs both of us in the same room, not hiding in separate apartments pretending we are just neighbors." Noelle looked at their hands, then at Maisie's dark lashes against her cheek, then at the phone still dark on the table, the threat still unresolved. "She is going to wake up tomorrow and find us both here, and she is going to expect this every morning. Then we give her every morning. Noelle let the words settle, the weight of them, the impossibility and the necessity. Okay, she said. Okay? Okay, we try. But Nathaniel, she squeezed his hand hard. When you feel yourself starting to hide, you tell me. Before you do it, you tell me you are scared, and we figure it out together. I cannot do another 6 years of learning the truth from a memo. You will not have to. You made that promise before. I know. His eyes held hers, and I broke it. But I am not the same man who made that promise. That man was drowning. This one is learning how to swim. She wanted to believe him. She was choosing to believe him. That was different, and she needed him to know the difference. I am not saying yes to the fantasy, Nathaniel. I am saying yes to the work. The grocery lists and the school forms and the nightmares at 2 a.m. I am saying yes to fighting with you and forgiving you and asking you to forgive me when I get it wrong. That is all I ever wanted. He stood and circled the table, crouching beside her chair so his face was level with hers. Maisie stirred but did not wake. I love you, he said. Not the version of you that fixed everything. The real you. The one who refused to sigh away her voice tonight. The one who makes terrible jokes and stays up all night for children who are not hers, and tells me the truth even when it hurts. Noelle's throat closed. I love you too, she said. And I am terrified. Good. So am I. That means we are doing it right. He pressed his lips to her forehead, soft and slow, then stood and lifted Maisie from her arms. The girl murmured something unintelligible and wrapped her arms around his neck, her rabbit swinging from one hand. Come on, he said. I will put her down. You lock the door behind me. Noelle followed him to Maisie's room, watched him lower her onto the mattress, tuck the quilt around her, brush the hair from her face. Maisie rolled onto her side, already gone. Nathaniel stood there a moment, one hand on her back, his shoulders rising and falling with a breath so deep it looked like prayer. Then he turned, crossed to Noelle, and pulled her against him. They stood in the doorway of a sleeping child's room, arms around each other. Now they're speaking. The only sounds were Maisie's breathing, the radiator's slow hiss, the distant city hum of a world that had not stopped watching. We start tomorrow, Noelle whispered. We started tonight. She felt his heart beating against her ribs, steady, human, real. Lock the door, she said. I will. He kissed her again, quick and hard, then stepped back and walked to the fat drawer. His hand hesitated on the deadbolt. Whatever is waiting out there, he said, we face it together. No more hiding. No more hiding. He turned the lock and was gone. Noelle stood in the dark apartment, listening to his footsteps fade down the hall. Then she walked to Maisie's room, pulled the door until it was open a crack, and sat on the floor, her back against the wall, her hands wrapped around her knees. She pulled out her phone. The stalker's message was still there. You should have walked away. She did not delete it. She needed to remember what she was fighting against. She typed a reply. I am still here, and I am not going anywhere. She sent it before she could stop herself. Then she turned the phone face down, closed her eyes, and let herself breathe. Tomorrow she would call Deja. Tomorrow she would push Hartwell to the negotiating table. Tomorrow she would stand beside Nathaniel in the light and dare anyone to look away. But tonight, she sat guard outside a 7-year-old's bedroom door, a woman who had finally stopped running from what she wanted. Her phone buzzed again. She picked it up, expecting the stalker's reply, but it was Una. The injunction hearing is set for Thursday. Gerard will handle the opening. Also, I found something in the trust audit you need to see. Not about the missing page, about the original witness who signed Elena's addendum. She was a nurse at Lakeview. Retired 3 months after Elena died. No forwarding address, no next of kin listed. She never worked again. Noelle read the message twice. A nurse at Lakeview who disappeared after signing Elena's trust addendum, the same hospital where Noelle had worked for 6 years. She looked toward Maisie's room, then back at the phone. The fight was not over, it had barely started. And somewhere out there, a retired nurse who had witnessed Elena Trasco's final instructions was still missing. Noelle typed back, "Find her." Then she set the phone down, settled her back against the wall, and watched the crack of light from Maisie's door until her eyes grew heavy. Morning would come soon enough, and she would be ready.